Your hosts are Jared and Jason, and you have arrived at the after party. The crown winner of last week is Mrs. Jess Horse, financially gifting $25. Congratulations to you, dear lady. Thank you so very much. Second place was Sonic Chu, financially gifting $10. Thank you, and congratulations to you as well. You can financially gift over at Entropy, which will be up and running in a moment. Make your comments over there. They won't disappear unless you or I delete them. Or you can hop on over to Cash App and financially gift there as well. The URLs for both are in the description below. Now, today is the Tap Spectacular 4-year anniversary, which in internet years is like about 73 years, I think. And to celebrate, you are in for a spectacular show of a few hours of wonderful guests who will be joining us. The one and only Jared George, of course, Tap host. He and I, over these 4 glorious years, will be with you, ushering you through. And we have our very first guest with us, the one and only Brant Danger of School of the West. Happy anniversary to every single one of you who have been with us. You all know that those tap aficionados, that you all are far smarter and better looking than everyone else on planet Earth. So welcome to you all an anniversary. And Mr. George, how are you? And Brant, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic.
Go ahead.
We're gonna say, we'll let our guest go first.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm at 9.7 right now. I'm doing pretty good. Thank you.
Wow. 9.7 is fantastic.
It is.
Mr. George.
I am doing very well. This is very exciting. I see you have, as I knew you would, Jason, some celebratory paraphernalia in the background.
Yeah.
Looking sharp. I saw you had in your avatar when you were audio only. That was your outfit for one of the past ones, right? Was that last year's or
year before? Second year. Year 2.
I thought so. Yes. So maybe this will change, but due to extenuating circumstances, I normally would not be on camera for a Tap anniversary, but currently I will be audio avatar only, at least for this first part of the show. So apologies about that, but I don't think it'll put too much of a damper on our celebration. So yeah, as a quick bit of history, 4 years ago on a fateful day, Jason and I had been in contact a little bit prior and had wanted to do something together. And I wanted to ask him about Go Free, the book. The first edition was out. I had some questions. I remember DMing you before we even had each other's email addresses on Twitter.
Yeah.
And you graciously said, oh, I actually want to interview you about it, a video series you did. And it ended up becoming a 2-part thing. Regularly started doing them on Wednesdays with some other folks as well. It was very casual roundtable at first, but it quickly morphed and developed into what it is, this series, interviews highlighting different activists and creators and thinkers, and learning a lot along the way. I'm extremely grateful for all that I've learned just from speaking to our guests. I think that's my favorite learning style, is just talking to people. I'd rather than read an art history book, I'd rather walk around a museum with someone who knows and loves art and just kind of pick their brain all day.
Yeah.
So we've had the chance to do that. We've had the chance to better articulate our own values and have a lot of fun along the way as well. So thank you for that. We're going to be celebrating with a lot of people from the Going Free community and people who have been in the Tap sphere. One of them here is Brant, who, like many people, is a self-starter and has an amazing initiative that he's done with School of the West. If you're interested to hear all about that, on the afterparty.tv, our website, you can always search Brant's name or any of the other guests who are on tonight to see more deeply about what they're doing and all their different projects or thoughts and all of their output. So we can touch on things, but tonight, of course, is just kind of light and fun and celebratory as well. So having said that and introduced that, Brant, thank you for being here. And what have you been up to since we've last spoken?
Well, I've been cutting some firewood and watering the yard.
chop wood, carry water.
No, I have. Yeah, that's what I've been doing, and I've been getting some material together for the classes that I'm teaching in the school. And
Very cool.
some-
Anything you could give us a sneak peek about or teaser of features or courses that might be rolled out soon?
yeah, sure. Well, I've got 2 different courses for the White Wellbeing, and I teach those classes a couple days a week, 1 hour per class. And in the teen class, what we've done so far is I've covered about the first half of the book of Go Free, and then I've gone into a little bit more detail with immune pathogens, immune curatives. And in this past week, I just started on a little bit of Earth and space science, because that's going to lead into some migration patterns. So there's a little teaser on there. And we'll be doing that for a few weeks. And then we'll go back into group well-being and government formation and how corruption happens, and what's good leadership and what's bad leadership and that type of stuff. That's in the teen class. And in the youth class, we spent a couple weeks on what does Western kind mean, and what does biospirit mean? What's the differences between the different peoples around the planet, and why are they different? How can you recognize the differences? And then we spent a couple weeks, about 3 weeks, on ancient Greece. And we've just spent last 2 weeks on Rome right now, the Roman Republic. And then we're going to go into a little bit of the history of Julius Caesar and then the Roman Empire. And then we're going to revolve back into some more of the Go Free work. And we're going to do some highlights on different civilizations that we've had through time, and inventions and famous Westmen, etc. So the reason that I'm taking a little bit of time and teaching some stereotypical history in the youth class is so that they have this opportunity early on to have a connection with some of our people and to learn what those civilizations set up that we're still using today. And they have people that they can identify with, both through stories and then through visuals that they have. And from time to time, we'll do art projects. So we did an art project where we use cardboard to make a hoplite shield. So after the kids, they learn what a phalanx is, why they were formed, who they had to fight, how do you get drawn up into a phalanx in your city state, what are the weapons and the equipment that a hoplite uses. So here's a shield, and then let's go ahead and make one of these things, and then you design it yourself so that you have a physical object like a touchstone. It's something that you connect with. You can connect with that for the rest of your life. And if it's something that they're interested in, they can explore that more and more. And that's the type of stuff that they're not going to get in public school. So that's what we're doing right now.
That's really fantastic. I get so excited about this work because it really demonstrates this was a caring about our children, caring about our next generations, protecting them is at the forefront of what we do, because we're focused on loving our people. And that means everyone, and especially those who are youngest today and those who are yet to come, and protecting them from the anti-whiteism in all of the rest of their education, and inoculating them against the anti-whiteism that they'll then receive by way of just living in Western civilization is the most important work that we can be doing. It's not a trifle to say that Brant building School of the West was something that was like an afterthought, or that you've seen where some of these movements, they think they get going and they think, well, we should start teaching the kids and then what they really do is they look for revisionist type history stuff, and some of the most wacky, they can't prove any of it, and then they just start pushing that on the kids, and then it makes it very easy for anti-whites to come along and say they're brainwashing children to XYZ. Well, with our focus being on our people, being on love, it becomes an exercise of love. And then all of the pieces just fall together quite naturally. a lot of people will talk about things like optics. We don't need to worry about things like optics, because when you are focused on love and the pieces just fall together naturally in a defense of those and whom you love and your history you love, you end up doing the things that look beautiful and moral to everyone because you are beautiful and moral. So this is a magnificent thing. And this is the biggest of its kind on planet Earth. And anybody who is interested should be reaching out to Brant, should be celebrating Brant and the work that he's doing. The entire team is wonderful people, have been working together, contributing. They should be celebrating. They should be reaching out to support the work that he's doing and become a part of that team and be a part of the future, be a part of the vehicle and approach that is recapturing our people's destiny, winning their hearts, and therefore recapturing our destiny. Because when enough white people say in love that this is enough, enough is enough, you're not going to go another inch, that's when all of this ends, and not a day before. So not looking like the bad guy or any of these other sorts of things. So we're very proud. I'm very proud of Brant and the work that's going on here. And we need good people reaching out. What not to do is to just see what this is and then decide, well, you're going to go build something else that looks like the villains in the anti-white narrative. We'll have no association with you. You are in a dead end. You're in a cul-de-sac, and you've been there all along. We want to save you. We want you to come away from that. Come out of that nonsense. Come on over to Love, Light, Hope, and Redemption, and put in the hours for the well-being of our children, and forget about playing the villain in their story. That's what Brant's doing. That's what a lot of magnificent self-starters are doing. And if you are out there and you're watching the work that we're doing here in service to white well-being, one of the glorious things we're celebrating here today is this 4 years demonstration. We don't get paid for this. This is a labor of love, and we're not playing to the crowd. So we don't have people deciding to come over and cheer for us and give us dollars because we give them the drug that they want, which of course is the anti-white narrative, playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. We tell them what they don't want to hear. So what's good for them. So if you are out there and you have the capacity to participate financially, moving forward, we're going to need more and more of that assistance, because it is the liquidity that enables the machinery of the world to go round. But Brant, it's just one of the greatest in the community, and he's a great demonstration. So many of our guests tonight are a great demonstration of the process of how you actually arrive at the best people. And that is by creating this circumstance where the best will show up, and then they will demonstrate that they are the best by their achievements, rather than selecting like artificially individuals and say, well, we need a role filled here or a role filled there. So, Bob, you're going to be that. Wolfgang, you're going to be the other. That is what children do. This is an adult endeavor. I know that there are millionaires who have checked in to the work we're doing here, and you all need to start stepping up, and so we can take this to the next level. 2022 moving forward, the roaring 20s. I think we might have Jared Georgiou back with us. But Brant, did you have anything that you wanted to say about what I just said?
No, I think you summed it up very, very well. In a nutshell, a big, giant white well-being nutshell. Thank you.
Yeah, Jason, that was perfectly stated. Thinking some of the same thoughts. I like what you said about how things organically form rather than, oh, we need this position filled. But you create an environment where people can bring their own talents and their interests, their own motivation. No one's telling them what to do. And then we all kind of lift each other up, inspired by the kinds of different projects that we do, recognizing, oh man, this guy has this talent. I could never do what Brant's doing. But seeing the level that he does it on makes me want to do the things that I do on a higher level, and it becomes, it becomes an upward spiral of mutual inspiration, which is one of my favorite things. But yeah, Brant, I love you. We've spoken about this, but I love what you do. And I love that you do something near and dear to me, which is, tough as this can be, because geographical circumstances and political orders and accidents of history make it so that it's not this perfect straight line, and people can get things can get a little muddied about debates around this, but fundamentally there are some very significant and easy to point to character traits and instincts that do last through the ages. They express themselves in different times in different ways, but do last through the ages of the European peoples. And there's a character of the wholeness of Western kind. And what you're doing with School of the West, where you're just talking about ancient Greece and Rome, some of the updates you gave us on your course, it speaks directly to that. And I think that's very important. People don't feel that they're just floating and they don't have a sense of the connection to kind of the continuum that we're part of.
I think that's a good point, Jared. Yeah, we have a foundation. We have more of a solid foundation than anyone else has. Our kids just have to be aware of that. And it's not superfluous to teach about ancient Greece or Rome or the Germanic tribes or the Celts or the Britons or the Vikings and everything. And there's a reason that we need to understand those guys. They've all laid down a foundation that we use now. And if you want to understand, or if you want to learn about examples of corruption and good leadership and bad leadership, well, we can look around us right now and see a lot of examples of one type of leadership, but we can also go back in the past and we can look at better examples of that. That's why they say history repeats, or history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. So look and see what these people decided right here. Okay, boys and girls, what do you think is going to happen? Nope, something bad happened instead. So is that happening right now? Or here's when something good happened. How can we have that happen right now? So instead of telling kids what they're supposed to think, kids aren't dumb. They're just inexperienced. They haven't been alive that long. You just give them the foundation, you give them facts, and then you take them through scenarios where they can start thinking about, this is how I critically think. This is how I determine if something's going to work or not. And the young kids, they're not old enough yet to understand all the complexities of everything that's going on, but they are sharp enough to learn some of the basics. So you just got to figure out, well, what level do you have to massage the material into so that they can understand that? And it just takes a while to build. And also one other thing that I want to reinforce what both you and Jason said is that when you're building something that's positive, when you're not attacking someone else, the good people are going to come out of the woodwork. Really, really good people are going to show up. It's like you don't even have to advertise for it. I mean, they'll find you, and that's what's happened to me, and I think that's what's happened to you guys.
Yeah.
And it just keeps rolling.
Indeed. Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Well, let's get your, I guess, links, Brant, where folks can reach out to you. And we're going to keep this party rolling, getting on to our next guest in just a moment. Where can they reach out if they want to participate, or if they want to sign their kids up to participate in this stellar educational programs that you have?
Okay. Just remember the one website, schoolofthewest.world. Down at the bottom of that is contact information, and that will change over time. The email is always there. So that's all you need to know. And I want to say congratulations to you guys for your 4-year anniversary. You're now 1/5 of 100-year anniversary. So you're really you're on your way. It's very impressive.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Brant, thanks. And anyone, again, who's interested can not only go to School of the West, but hear more about Brant's story on the afterparty.tv if you put his name in. Jason, you were generous. I said something like 16 years, 4 internet years. And when you introduced the show a little while ago, you were like 73. So,
well, it's internet years, so
you're going way over.
It's more than dog years, I'm pretty sure. But
I was going kind of less than dog years, but you went way over. Well, we'll go with your number. It's more dramatic.
All right, Brant, we'll see you.
See you, brothers.
Bye, Brant.
That was the one and only Brant. And now we've got another epic champion of epic champions. There he is, the great ForNull, a man with so many talents. We can't even count them all. We broke out the calculator, and we've had some math whiz kids, and they still can't figure out how many talents this guy has. Just released his epic album. How are you doing, brother?
Hey, doing great. Thanks for having me on. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Yes.
Awesome.
Welcome,
Yeah.
ForNull.
Hey, JG.
Thanks for helping us celebrate.
Oh, yeah. Congratulations. 4 years. I mean, that is a long time. I know you guys just went through that with Brant, but yeah, that's a long time to be committed to something like this where, even when you don't feel like doing it, you might be tired, had a hard day or whatever, you just keep going, and I know that that's not easy to do. Just with my goofy Dragon Synth Adventure show, I know some Mondays I'm kind of like, I'm just burnt out, but I wanna be reliable and be there and make it something that people can count on a fun, relaxing time. So yeah. So that's nice. That's cool. You guys have made it that far.
It helps when you have another person to bounce off of and your co-host and then a guest. So it's tough for you to like do it just yourself, host a show. And of course, Jason does his own long streams on Sundays and sometimes peppers it in as well. So I have it easy. I'm always with somebody, and I love the energy of bouncing off others. But thank you for that, and you've been such a big part of the whole culture and community here. So
Oh, thanks.
this is just as much a celebration of uh, the synergy of everybody together.
Yes.
It's not, we haven't been 4 years every week, week in and week out, just me and Jason talking to each other and recording it.
Sure.
It's interactive. So this is really for all of us.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I like that. Cool.
Why don't you tell us about your new album for a moment?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. So I just released my new album. It's called A Promethean Space Saga. And it's a original story, but totally inspired by Jason's awesome book, Prometheus Rising. A lot of, like, the name of the ship is the Valindiel, and this area of space they go to is the Quendelin Zone, and these are different names taken from Prometheus Rising. Of course, there are themes about white well-being in the story itself, and I've even named some of the songs after concepts and Go Free, like Western Sunrise and things like that. So yeah, I started on that. I made an instrumental. It was an electronic track. It was my first attempt at something that was, I guess, trying to be synthwave, but I didn't understand the formula yet. And that was the first song. And then Lord Wolfshield, he wrote to me, he goes, well, you got to sing on that. You got to put some vocals. And I thought, well, okay. So I came up with, that Force, or what was it called? 47C from Argon Vexon was the first song.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I did that, and then it was like, and then people, I think it was Lord Wolfshield and a few others, like, well, you should just make more, like, do a whole story. And then I had Watchwriter. He's changed his name now. I can't remember his new name, but Watchwriter heard that song, and that kind of inspired him to start making these 3D animations in a game. He's making like an interactive fiction game, which was
Cool.
partially inspired by the song, but he just kept pushing me. I mean, at least several times a month, he's writing, how's the Valindiel doing? How's the crew? Just never stopping this whole time for years. It's been a few years now, since, and always keeping me focused back on that. And yeah, so yeah, that's just some stuff about it, but I'm proud of it. It's great to be done with it. I think I might do another series. There's a lot of ideas I have in my head about what could happen next in the story, so we'll see though.
This is an element I want to mention to people because I was there yesterday in the live chat, and folks, you should show up for when this is not only social I guess, architecture for what we're building and culture creation. But this is actually quality material. We need to be not only saying, and this is what makes one of the main things, or many main things that sets this community, this white positive community, employing the going free method apart from other communities. More power to them, what they do. But what we do is something very different, is that we actually make the things happen. It's not enough to say that white people should behave a certain way, or that we should create our own culture. That's not enough. We require folks to create our own culture. We require people to actually participate. And if you don't, then you really stand out like a sore thumb. And then you self-select yourself out of that environment and into one where you can stand around and talk about what should be done. So showed up. ForNull's been working on this album. Just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And not just saying wonderful things about ForNull because he's here, but because this is actually a brilliant gentleman. He's stepped up. He's making it happen. And he's worked on this album for many years. Read Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, and then decided he wanted to create his own story out of it. So it's inspired by it, and write music to it and sing with it and then make a video. And he premiered that over on his channel. He's going to give you all that info about where you can find him and his work in a moment before we let him go. But he spent many hours, hundreds and hundreds of hours working on this. And we then need to promulgate that work. We then need to share. So it's not just a matter of the reality that this is a social matrix that we've created and we have culture creation going on, but it's actually quality material, very easy to share. And since it's based in the love of our people, you don't have to be afraid of sharing it with your family members. You don't have to be afraid of sharing it with your friends. Indeed, you can use this sort of material to find out whether or not they're really your friends, whether or not your family members are really sick with anti-whiteism. Because if you share something that's based in love for our people, and a friend or what have you, a stranger, coworker has a problem with that, then maybe you don't want that person in your life anymore. Or maybe it's an opportunity to bring them the 5 key concepts of going free, introduce them to the process of going free. That's not enough to say the way things should be. It would be great if somebody wrote a book, a high fantasy book. We were just talking about this on PWR. I got to be really quick. I'm going to throw it to ForNull. He's going to give you his final thoughts, and we're going to get his contact info. But you got to go over, you got to watch, you got to share, buy his album, share his stuff. It's a way you pat each other on the back when they're investing their time. I was just on PWR this last week, and we were talking about this new Amazon series where they bought and have produced for over $1 billion, roughly, it's estimated or said to be, this series of a part of the Lord of the Rings universe. And they, of course, are rewriting the totality of it. They are now, it's multiracial, guaranteed it's going to end up being perfectly fitting the anti-white narrative, multiracial cast led by increasingly non-white people, and going against a, blue-eyed, probably, even though it's Lord of the Rings, Southern accented or German accented or British accented bad guys. It'll be something of this nature. The fairest guys they can find, I assure you of that. And what happened? Everybody there, and more power to them, because people have different approaches, and we have a very, an avant-garde approach here. Everybody that was there and people in the chat were all talking about how this is awful and here are all the bad things that they're going to do. And I chimed in as well. Yes, this is awful. This is what they're going to be doing. This is and then I said, but if we're going to push back against this, then we have to have our own high fantasy. And I held up Prometheus Rising. Well, what ended up happening? Nobody said anything. Nobody said anything about, consume the high fantasy, write the high fantasy. What ended up happening here in a white positive atmosphere with heroes, men and women of the West, acting the way that men and women of the West have always acted? That is that I sat down with no acclaim, no applause, nobody interested, spent years, wrote this book that has helped people. ForNull then sees this book, reads this book with his talents and his intelligence, and he reads this book and says, I'm going to make a story that is inspired by this story. So his music actually has a story to it, and it makes it infinitely more interesting. Something that you can really get into, something you can introduce the family to. You talk about the graphics on the video, the premiere. Check those out. I mean, you got this cool universe. They're flying through space, and the music fits perfectly, and it's stuff you can really relax to. Songs that have a great beat. Don't pass up anymore. Participate, brother. Your final words before we let you go, and all of the different places that people can find you, and especially where they can get that album.
All right. Well, I posted links in the chat while you were talking about that, and thank you for your kind words, and thanks for having me on. Also, thanks so much for helping me to promote this and sharing my work with your audience. That's not everyone does that. I've reached out over the past years to many people in the white sympathetic spheres to see if there's any possibility for cross promotion, and only a handful responded to me. And I am eternally grateful to everyone who has shared their audience with me. And so, anyways, yeah, thanks for both you guys for all you do. Again, congrats on the 4 years of TAP, and I guess that's it.
Well, thank you so much, brother.
Thank you, ForNull.
All right. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye, brother. Boy, what a magnificent gentleman he is. Folks, I want you can jump over right now on YouTube and you can follow him right now. There's no reason why not to. No reason why not to. And you can hear your speakers playing in the background, the one and only Errific, who has joined us here, a true champion. He's got his hands in many things, at work and busy, all out of a labor of love. One of these days, we're going to find white people with some cojones that are going to show up and want to fund these things full time. So it's not always just a labor of love. Look at the anti-whites. But I do want to point out that Errific, one of the many things that he's involved in is this Julian's cartoon. And I was able, it's not for your children unless they're ready for it. So watch it first. But it's a retelling of the story of Rudolph. Maybe Errific will mention a little bit, but I recommend it. It was superb. But brother, how are you doing? And thank you so much for appearing with us today on our 4th birthday.
Yes, welcome, Nate.
Thank you. I'm doing quite well. How are you guys doing?
Great.
On your 4th birthday. This is exciting.
4th birthday.
Yeah.
Apparently it's 73 in non-internet years. So we've gone through almost a whole lifetime.
You guys talk really well for 4.
Thank you. Our math scores are terrible, but thank you.
That's really cool. We were just I was just talking with Nathaniel. He's kind of my partner in crime with all the outreach team stuff. And we were talking about how long we want to try and do the Westman Media stuff and everything, like what is going to be our benchmarks, and how we're going to try and do things in different ways to see what works best for us. So I mean, I can only imagine being 4 years down the line, looking back at all that you guys have done and accomplished, all the people you've spoken to, if you think about it, all the people that you've spoken to, how many different people have heard, the message. That's pretty awesome. And we're seeing it. Today, we just had a campaign with the outreach team led by none other than the wonderful Southern Bloom.
Nice.
And in that campaign, I was looking through some of the comment sections, and I saw numerous people who had nothing to do with outreach team using anti-white. I saw one of them use Western kind. So people are starting to pick up more and more of the language. But that gets me, and might be something that you can probably give me some pointers on. Since more and more people are picking up, anti-white and the core terms. Something that I've started seeing a lot of it from mainly the conservative vagues is the big pushback of we're all the same. And so what I've been trying to do is get through the idea that we can notice average differences in groups without it being some kind of supremacy or some kind of hatred or something. Like you can tell differences between groups of people without, you know, wanting to lord over them or some BS like that. So if you have like good, you know, quick kind of one-liners about that stuff, we could definitely use that with the OT for sure.
Well, that's something we can really dig into on Going Free and spend a little bit more time on. But very briefly, I'll just say that one of the things that I will respond with is, sure, you can believe that we're all the same, but the people victimizing Western kind are able to identify Western kind and continue to victimize us. So we have to put an end to that, don't we?
Right. Yeah. And that is definitely one of the go-tos, and that's a good one. But I definitely want to hear some more. And so, yeah, so tomorrow, then I guess I will try to check in as much as I can tomorrow. My mom is coming back over tomorrow,
Nice.
so I'll probably be spending some time with her and the kids and everything for some of the time that Going Free is playing. But I will get in there and check it out as much as I can. But yeah, you had mentioned the Julians.
Yes.
So yeah, that's on Westman Media. If anybody wants to check that out, that would be great. And you can see down there another video that people have seemed to like so far is the one about the ADL. Like you saw how the ADL changed the definition of racism and everything. We did a kind of a funny video about that. Where we read their definition and then did an honesty translation of the of what they were saying, and we've gotten some good feedback on that one. But we're going to try and do more entertainment type videos as well. More things like the Julians. We've got stories lined up. It's getting it out is the difficult thing. What are you guys doing next? You guys got big names lined up for interviews down the line? You gonna get Mark Dice?
Who knows? Elon Musk. I mean, we're going to shoot for the star.
Yeah.
Mark Dice has definitely come around.
He has, and he's not letting up either. It wasn't like a one video thing where he just said it offhand. There's been multiple videos where he's talked about anti-white and anti-whiteism and how anti-white things are in the Western world. I mean, he's been doing really good.
Now, someone on Twitter today shared, and I don't really listen to him, and I'm sure he, we all have our differences. Even Jason and I, nobody thinks 100% the same way. But even Steven Crowder, regardless of what you think of him, who was it, Jason? Were we both tagged in this tweet? Someone is sharing screenshots that
it's huge news.
Several of his episodes have the word anti-white in the title of the episode or the title of the clip, if they're clips.
And we'll be celebrating this tomorrow too. You got that, and you got Elijah Schaefer using white erasure.
Yeah.
It's huge news.
And I've heard a lot of stuff from him over the years that gets a lot closer to the kinds of things that you guys talk about. And so I don't know, maybe reach out. We can reach out to him too, see if he'd be interested to talk, or even if he'd be interested to exchange an email. That would be cool. But yeah,
we've behind the scenes ever since last spring, almost a year ago. Jason and I have had several, I don't know if it's too formal to call them meetings, but when we speak, more about business on the phone, we are making a concerted effort to get into adjacent spheres, as it were. And there have been a lot of people that have been reached out to that did not respond. But we have to cast a wide net and try different things. But as you may have seen with certain recent guests, some of it is working. And again, that's we have a lot of people who are proactive in this community who we have to thank for that. A lot of you. I'll name one who comes to mind, who I think anyone who hangs around here knows deserves some accolades. She can't be here with us tonight, but it's for a very good reason, in that she's doing some in-person outreach at an event. But Yiz has been absolutely incredible. So I do want to take a moment to honor her. And if she listens to this in playback, or maybe someone could tell her that even though schedules didn't allow, she of course was welcome to celebrate with us tonight. And it's extremely appropriate because she's a key part of this whole community. But work like her, and we know you guys with the outreach teams and many others are actively in other people's comment sections and chats, and that has gone a long way to create a beachhead into helping other people who are in those chats, which is the most important thing. The actually secondary thing to that is me and Jason being able to book a guest. But even if that person who is hosting that other live stream doesn't respond to me and Jason, the fact that people like you all are out there speaking to their communities and helping lives, I'd rather have that happening than me and Jason able to say, oh, we got this big name for 1 week on tap. So that's actually more important. So thank you, and thank Yiz and all the other people who are doing that kind of outreach.
I appreciate that, but I definitely think that if you guys got a big name who has like millions of followers on your show, that would probably be bigger than like the comments I make.
Well, I mean, in terms of you're helping. I don't know. You're helping people's lives, so don't shortchange yourself.
It's
you
definitely
might save someone's life.
It's definitely helping
sharing.
normalize the terms, which helps normalize the concepts, and that's what it was all about to begin with. It wasn't so much to do anything else except start normalizing the terms in people's language, because if they see us saying it in the comment section and then they see it in the headline of one of these videos or on a news article or something, then they've heard it from 2 different spots, and then it starts to really click in their head like, oh, this is actually a thing. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've told somebody something and they're like, oh yeah, that's great. And then they just brush it off. And then like a year later, they hear it from someone else and they're like, oh, did you hear this thing? And I'm like, yeah, I told you about that a year ago, bro.
It's planting seeds. There's all kind of tests with marketing about what is it, about 7 to 12 times someone has to hear something before they start to get more open to whatever it is, a film, a musician, a brand. So I mean, I've been learning more about that myself and trying to spread the music. So it takes time, but we're planting seeds.
Right.
And to go back to what Jason said before, when I think of what Brant was on, when they follow the breadcrumbs back and they come and see us and they see that we're well-spoken, well-presented, kind people, and not the stereotype of what's presented. And there's that cognitive dissonance of, wait, I thought Netflix and Amazon original series and Hollywood told me that they were all this way.
Yeah.
And we're not at all.
Right.
Then that the penny drops and more people. This is a shift.
Yeah, it really is.
That's definitely something I've gotten way more than once, is you start talking about white well-being and they come back with, oh, so I guess you're going to talk about blaming X or Y group now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Like, no. They're fine as long as they're not anti-white.
Yeah. There you go.
And, I want everyone to be healthy. I want who in their right mind would wish ill on other people? I want to see
unhealthy people.
They're already here. Yeah, we know the backbone, kind of the whole foundation out of which other people might add their bit of story. Even in America, with these different cultures here, is still European. You don't hear this a lot, but I like to say America is European civilization. Australia is European civilization. But the fact of the matter is there are other peoples here. We talk about this all the time. They've been personal friends of ours. There's nothing antithetical about that. And I want them to do well. Why would I want non-white people to have broken family lives and drug addiction and poverty? I don't want that for anybody. No. But at the end of the day, I can't show up at a meeting for African Americans or Chinese people and act like I can steward. You know, anyone who's listened for a while has heard me say that, but I can't speak as them for them. I can wish them well. I can be a friend when it's appropriate, but this is ours to steward.
Yeah.
And I offer that as, it has to feel comfortable for you. So that's just a word that makes sense for me, but maybe that'll help some people when you're given the whole supremacy angle, or we're all the same. It's first of all, true differences make life interesting and meaningful and beautiful, but I don't use the word supremacy. It doesn't even enter into it. Better, worse, this, that. It's ours to steward. That's it.
Right. The other peoples need to be the masters of their own destiny, just like we need to be the masters of ours.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, and I agree with you completely on everything you just said, Jared. I think that was perfectly stated.
Thank you.
Well, Nate, let's get your final thoughts on where folks can find you. And thank you so much for coming out to the party tonight.
Oh, it's my pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me to your 4th anniversary. This is awesome. I like hanging out with you guys. We always have a good, fun, and not pointless conversation. So, a few things that I wanted to mention real quick. One thing that's going to be coming up on Westman Media is I have brokered somewhat of a partnership with Patriotic Alternative. They do an article called Friday Folklore, where they talk about some sort of story from our people's past. And they've agreed to let me use their articles as like a script or the foundation for a script to make a video on Westman Media. So we're going to start partnering on that. So that's going to be coming up. Then a couple things I wanted to mention real quick about the outreach team. There's a couple things I've heard from numerous people that I want to kind of put to bed right now. One, if you want to join the outreach team, you have to contact us. Do not wait for us to reach out to you. We're not like out there seeking out new members and then contacting them. You have to contact us. And then the second thing is, when you contact us and we go through the whole vetting process and everything, you're not going to have to give us your IRL personal information. Your internet identity is fine. Okay, your email address, who you are in the Go Free chats and things like that on YouTube, that's completely fine. You don't have to give us your name, your birth date, where you live, none of that stuff. Okay, so just make sure you know that. If you want to help out with the outreach team, it is White Wellbeing Outreach Team at protonmail.com. And then Westman Media is mostly on Odyssey. We have a YouTube, but we don't really use it. So it's just Westmen, MEN, Media on Odyssey. And then there was one other thing. Oh, yeah, we still do have westernkind.family, the listing website for white positive people. If you want to submit a listing request, please do so. And it's not just for businesses. So if you're an artist, if you're a musician, if you're whatever, if you want to list yourself up there for how people can contact you, submit a listing request. We still have some updates we need to do with that website, but it is functional. So go ahead and reach out. If you have a problem getting in touch with us there, then just email me at the White Wellbeing Outreach Team at protonmail.com with your listing information, and I'll import it for you manually if you have a problem with the listing function. And that's about it. Everybody on the outreach team is doing great. Everybody on Westman Media is doing great. We've had people throttling up and throttling down with personal things. I've been doing a lot of personal stuff this past week, so I haven't been involved as much as I should be. But that's totally fine. We don't expect you to devote your entire life to this. You can help out once a week if you want. No big deal. Anyway. That's about it. Thank you very much for having me on here, and I'll echo what Jared said. Hi, Yiz. I hope you're having a great time at your IRL event and spreading some white well-being to some folks. And we all wish you were here.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Nate.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nate. Great speaking as always. And I'll underscore again, anyone who wants to hear more about the outreach team, look up Nate Errific.
Yes,
afterparty.tv, and you could hear all about it on the show, and then email him and what the contact information he just gave to get involved.
Amen. And now we have, looks like the one and only Semiogogue is joining us. There he is. What's going on, brother? You're muted. Say hello to the crowd. We're happy you're here with the party. How is everything?
Everything is very, very well, gentlemen. Happy to be here with you. Sorry I'm not better dressed, but I am in the midst, hopefully, of packing my house to get the hell out of my city.
Okay.
I'm hopefully going to close here soon.
That's a good thing.
I will escape from the great hellhole that is my current location. Yeah, happy 4-year anniversary, guys. How is everything?
Thank you, Oliver. I think you've been with us for every anniversary show.
Yes.
This guy we spoke in June of 2018, a few months into doing the after party, and I had always admired Oliver's content. And at that time, it was like what you were doing and what we were doing were probably a little further away than they are now. It's like we've come into each other's circles a little bit more. And I feel like some of our early conversations were this great bridge building, and we hit it off personally as well. So it's always a great joy to speak to you, Oliver, and your support over the years and showing up is it means a lot to us. So thank you so much.
Yeah, my pleasure. I always I remember how people treat me, and when I was off in my own doing my alt light thing, you guys were very warm and welcoming and willing to talk to me about all kinds of stuff, and I've had nothing but good experiences with both of you. So I'm very happy to be back here again. I like people who treat me well, and I like to do it in return. Is someone's house burning down?
No, that's just I guess they're going to the house next door. No, there's just a siren outside. I'm dressed very well, but no one can see it. I'm actually in a white tie tonight with tucks and tails and the whole thing.
It's like Schrodinger's cat. You don't need to look inside the box to see whether or not Jared is well dressed, because it doesn't matter. It's an indeterminate state in terms of physics.
Exactly.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Schrodinger's duds.
Schrodinger's white tie formality.
Yeah, formal. Yeah. I realized that tuxedo, black tie, is technically semi-formal. This is how far we've slipped from actual formal dress.
Yes. Everyone's like black tie, and I'm like, black tie? What are you talking about? That's for a more casual event.
Yeah, it's literally semi. If you look at men's dress codes and what's appropriate for events back in the day, semi-formal. Yeah, the morning coats are really cool. That kind of looks like white tie, but it's a little more laid back for when you go to the horse races in the morning.
Well, I wore a morning suit in that being, for those who don't know, I'm sure you guys do, but morning as in get up in the morning, not morning being sad.
Yeah, no you involved. We're
tails and a top hat.
Tonight.
I wore that for a wedding. I think I was in Staffordshire. I was in Stafford in England and had to go there for a wedding of my friends. And we rented some morning suits.
That's cool.
Wow.
I'd love to do that. It feels like my sense is that still happens more in England.
Maybe, but I mean, these days with, how hard everything that's worth a damn is being hammered, there's no telling at this point. They might, be showing up in an Adidas tracksuit with, gold necklaces, a velveteen Adidas tracksuit, with a pair of sneakers.
I'll admit it. That's how I'm actually dressed right now.
That's what I'm headed for as I move into my winter years, furthermore doing the Gandalf thing. I am totally moving. As soon as I move to the woods, I'm thinking of, I need to find a camouflage tracksuit and some camouflage Crocs. And I'm just not I'm not going to wear anything but a camo tracksuit and Crocs. On the mountaintop.
So without divulging too much, you are moving to a more rural area?
Yes. I'm going to take the page out of the old Iron Maiden song, "Run to the Hills."
Oh, right.
So I'm going to move a little north of where I am now. So I'll be a bit closer to at least one of you. But I'm gonna stay in the south. I need to be in a certain range of the Appalachian Mountains to feel like it's sort of my zone. My Flatlander family people, my mother and father both left New Orleans, and for some reason going to Florida and going to most of Louisiana, it just freaks me out because it's so flat. I can never live in a flat place. So I'm gonna head for the Appalachian Hills.
I like to be around topography myself.
Yeah.
It is amazing what landscape does to you.
Yeah, or what it doesn't do to you. When you look all around you, like I could never live in Kansas. No, not casting shade on the farmers and the frontiersmen, but
we love them.
Yeah, I've got to have a holler. I've got to have some valleys. Got to have some areas that I can, squirrel up in there. This sort of thing.
I love looking off into the distance and seeing some hills. I agree with you.
Yeah.
It resonates with me as well, and it's more my natural environment.
So you guys where are going to be where you are for the time being? I mean, what does the next year hold personally, and not to pry, of course, but in terms also of the channel, what is the target for the coming year?
It's a great question, Mr. George.
Well, we were speaking about that actually with Nate, who was on a few minutes ago. And it's continuing something we were trying and putting our shoulder into a little bit more in 2021, which is, well, it speaks to what we began with you about as well, is reaching out into some other circles. We've tried a lot of that in 2021, and there's a ton of people who we didn't hear from.
But some good hits that I saw. I mean,
that's
you've had
okay,
some
but-
pretty big names and guests on the channel.
But yes, but we
Yeah.
have had, and some of the people that didn't, again, not to, as you say, throw shade, but it would have been great to reach out to their audiences. But at the same time, I noticed a lot of the people that we never heard back from were more totally creatures of the internet. Now, obviously, we're all on the internet, but there's a component that spills over in a large degree around here to in-person activism and relationships. And those others seem more like channels that were just kind of internet content. So maybe it wasn't the biggest loss. Because yes, you are right. We have had people recently who are from other circles, other spheres, but are adjacent and seemingly by the day becoming more open to the kind of perspectives that have been shared here. And so there's more of that. And then for me, it's really, I've told this story in certain places, but for a variety of reasons, when I started, I started doing videos and doing things like this show, being generally a stream commenter kind of guy, but really at heart I'm a musician, and that's what gets me up in the morning. And for me, it's really, that's the large majority of my focus. And sometimes you got to take a step forward to take two steps back. I know it's been a little while since I released a song, but there are some reasons for that. I do have some others who are helping me. I have someone who's helping mix engineer, so more of the technical production.
Trying to figure out how to conform with your desire that the recording be made to sound as though it was done on the moon.
Oh well, that's this next song. Yeah, this next particular song. I guess you saw that tweet. But yes, I am trying to build more of a team of people so that I can focus on the things that I'm most interested in and most fit to do. And yeah, there's a lot to learn about promotion as well. Trying to learn, kind of maybe fly under the radar a little bit. But I said to myself a while ago, there's no reason to count myself out and say that just because I've done this kind of thing that we're doing right now, that I can never, ever, ever submit my music to just regular old music Spotify playlists or music blogs or something like that. I'm sure eventually there'll be people who find out other things that I do, look me up and scream bloody murder because I'm not anti-white. But at that point, there still might be people in the audience who have heard it and say, no, wait, this is pretty good. And this guy seems reasonable. So I'm trying not to assume that just because I've taken the plunge and talk about white well-being, that 99% of the world is going to count me out. We talk all the time about wanting to create our own scene and create a viable alternative to the mainstream. And for my part, I've done a lot of thinking about that and learning, and there's a lot more still to learn. But that's really my focus, to answer your question.
Yeah, I think there's only one, or there's only one pair of mutually exclusive categories where you really have sort of, utterly limited yourself and can't do anything further with it. And that is, you can have a dissonant right channel, or you can have a gun channel. But you can't have both, right?
Why? Who tried to do that?
No one, because they're not crazy. I mean, you just have to be, you'd have to be insane. That's the only self-limiting aspect of all of this, I'd say. But good luck with luck with the music.
Because you're saying the powers that be would kind of
they'd be like,
connect the dots and say,
gun channel, dissonant right channel.
You're a terrorist, yeah.
Yeah, just the kind of thing you definitely want to stay away from. And one of the main reasons that I have always been supportive of you guys and try to give a shout out for your work, for Jason's publications and this stuff, because settling on the focus on anti-white and making that the beginning and the end of the story. It just gives you a firm place to stand. And like the guest was just saying, when I was waiting backstage before, it's like they're going to, oh, I guess you hate so-and-so. And you're like, no, I guess you guessed wrong.
Yeah, exactly. It's, you need to just have fun and be yourself. It's like if I have a Spotify playlist and I have like rap songs on it that I like, because I'm a musician, I have to take in a little bit of everything. That's not really where I come from. It's not my culture, but yeah, there are rap songs I like. And it's like, I'm not going to hide the fact, yeah, I like some rap songs. It's like, who cares? That might confuse certain people who have been aware of me for a while, but I think ultimately it goes to show that we're three-dimensional people. People are complex. We have a lot of different interests. We didn't grow up on another planet. We grew up in the day and age we grew up in. There are cultural reference points that people have, and I think when you're honest about that, it's disarming. And I just want to be as honest as I can be. And really, what I've done personally is I feel like I've kind of tied all the threads together. Like I've integrated this that I do here with all the other things that I've known about myself or done in my life. And so it's just kind of all swirling together. And it feels, not that I was ever hiding anything, but you know how it is. Both of you have been public figures as well. And there's a curve to, being totally comfortable, being fully yourself in what you share in a public forum, and but balancing that with the responsibility you feel of kind of setting an example, even if you don't mean to set an example, there's still an element of that when you're public. But Jason, I mean, I spoke for a little bit about Oliver's question, but do you have anything to say?
No, I think
we do our thing together, but what do you have to say about this year and some of the things you're doing and the goals you have?
Well, you really were covering a lot of my thoughts there in your own endeavors and objectives. But before we lose the great Semiogogue here, folks, I want you to know that this is one of our sharpest penetrating minds in the white positive universe. And we're very proud of him. He had a lot of courage and intelligence. It takes a lot of courage to come forward from a position where you are. And it wasn't quite, like he said, it was kind of alt-light land. And he's become quite a gentleman. And I guess he's always been one, but to us. And so very proud and very happy to always have him here on these anniversaries, these birthdays. Now he's written and he makes videos and he's fantastic. People love him. I hear about it all the time. So Oliver, please share what you've written, where folks can acquire and where they can find you for your streams, and any final thoughts. And we're going to let you go for tonight.
Yeah, I got it. I got it sorted. Mm-hmm. The mute button. Yes. Thank you, Jason. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, I have a couple of books and I have a channel. I'm working on further books. Let's see. You can find Semiogogue as well as A Safer Space, which was an old backup channel, but there's quite a bit of content over there as well. You can find that on YouTube. There is also Odyssey, which hopefully everyone is using these days because it really does seem to be coming up to speed. The Millennial was done this year over on Odyssey, and it was more successful, Woe says, than any of his previous ones on YouTube, which is a big deal. It worked well, and lots of different content creators over there, Morgoth, lots of folks. So it's worth checking it out. You can find me over there, and I'm on Telegram and Twitter. You can find me under Semiogogue. And yeah, my books, I have a collection of poetry called Cinders from the Bloomery of Youth, which is a collection of poems ranging from the 90s when I first started writing all the way up until, I don't know, about 4 or 5 years ago. You can find that on Amazon. And there is my sci-fi, sort of cyberpunk fiction novel. It's called Vinculum with a V. You can find that over on Amazon. It's about a book thief in Istanbul in the year 2076 who is being pursued by remorseless corporate hitmen and an esoteric sect of assassins. And he is hired to obtain a book that turns out to be a person. So you can find that over on Amazon as well. That's it for me, folks.
Uh-oh, Jared, we can't quite hear you. maybe if you mute and then come back. But Oliver, it's magnificent. Thank you so much for showing up. Please, folks, head out to all of those links. Get Oliver's books. It's a very, especially that last one, very interesting, very exciting.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you
Yeah,
hear me
go
now?
for it, brother.
Yeah, I was just actually I got my mic working, so this might sound a little better. And I was just saying I love the creativity around here when Oliver
Yeah.
was sharing his projects there.
Yeah, it really is magnificent. Brother, thank you so much for showing up, and we'll continue to follow your good work, and we'll have you on again very soon.
Yeah, and I look forward to year after year of you continuing to do the great work you're doing as well. Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
All right.
Oliver.
Bye-bye.
See you soon.
All right. Oop, we have Loralee. Is she there?
Yes, I am.
There you
Hail and happy birthday.
Thank you so much. How are
4
you?
years? 4 years?
4 years.
Wow.
We're gonna be big boys.
Yeah, well, that's fantastic that you've been able to keep it all going and that it's been so amazing all this time. So blessings for that and for your future developments. I was listening to your talk with Semiogogue, so I got to hear, what some of your future plans are, and it sounds great.
Well, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to speak to you.
Thank you. Likewise.
And you've been another, like everybody tonight, a big part of the story of the after party and the, I don't know what you call it, the milieu that has arisen out of all of this.
Well, you were the first people to invite me on. Well, actually, no, not the first. I was initially on with Brie Fauché and Mark Collette for, and then it was, I guess, shortly after that I talked to you guys about Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
So that was very exciting for me.
Well, and now you mentioned Lord of the Rings there. Have you heard of this atrocious Amazon series?
Oh, God.
And do you have very careful thoughts about
You know what? I think I better not say anything. No, I will not be watching it.
Well, for anyone that knows Loralee and is, again, you could always go back to the old episodes on either Jason's channel here on YouTube, No White Guilt, or the afterparty.tv. Everything's cataloged. We've had several bangers of an episode, long, deep, very, chewing out the marrow of these subjects in taking them from all different kinds of angles about metamyth and good versus evil and archetypes for the West and Jungian symbology, and kind of treating the Lord of the Rings films as dream analysis, because that's one of the things that Loralee is very proficient in. So anyone who hasn't heard Loralee yet, if you're a little newer around here, for someone who has made a lifetime study of the Lord of the Rings, the way Loralee has brought her knowledge of symbols and archetypes and psychology and brought all that to bear in her analysis, this video series she does of Lord of the Rings, for someone like this to say, I'm not even going to check that out, that is actually the most stunning indictment of it.
Yeah. Well, that, and in lieu of everything else that's going on in the world. Oh, yeah. I'm here with a very heavy heart, I have to say, at what is happening here in my country as I watch.
Well, what's your take on that? Because even though there's been a pretty brutal pushback against it, it is, I know you were saying a little while ago, I don't know if your feelings have changed or there's news I'm not aware of, that just seeing the uprising in and of itself was very promising, especially in a place like Canada, where it takes a lot
to get us riled up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I have to say that as horrifying as it is, I'm not really surprised that there has been this, ridiculous, heavy-handed crackdown. because that's what happens when the Promethean spirit rises within the collective.
Nice.
It constellates its opposite. And so the degree to which we see this force of freedom, and I know that the last time we talked, what was that, about a month ago or
It was
so?
right after the New
Okay.
Year's, maybe
Uh-huh.
almost 6 weeks ago. Yeah, a month and a half ago.
Right. Yeah, and that was just the beginning of things starting to um, be revealed, that people were saying, no, this is enough, and getting in touch with this, what I call and what I believe is a force of nature, that, this Promethean spirit is a force of nature that rises up in the human psyche when the anti-life force is cracking down and descending upon us. So we're here. This is the battle at the Black Gate, and we are in it, and we will prevail in the end. However, I think the recent events, certainly here in China, are an indication of what we're dealing with. It's the orc army. So the armies of Sauron have been released upon us, and it's obvious, and everyone in the world is watching this. This is the most important event in human history, I would say, that thousands of years down the road, if there's any people left, they will be talking about, hey, remember 2020 and what happened after that? Wow, those people then, they stood up and they held the torch of Prometheus, and that's why we're here 1,000 years down the road. And I truly believe that will be the case.
Well, if that
just
doesn't
like
inspire
Lord
anyone
of the Rings.
listening, I don't know what will.
I hope so.
That
Yeah.
no, that you're right, and that's what has to keep you going and keep you inspired, even though it's very easy to focus on quote unquote bad news sometimes when you look out into the wider
Yeah.
world. Did you ever
Yeah.
think your country of Canada would be playing the role that it is right now? It's all of a sudden
No.
on the world stage, and all
I
eyes are
know.
on Canada.
I know. No, I would not have ever expected that. In fact, being perfectly honest, I really thought Canada was already gone, and that there, the people had been so castrated and domesticated that there wasn't any fight left here. And so I've been, amazed and overjoyed at that aspect of it. And also, in the meantime, I have been studying the horoscopes of Canada and Alberta, where I currently live. And I can say that from an astrological point of view, it's really intense. We're dealing with, again, the Promethean spirit. This is symbolized by the planet Uranus astrologically. Uranus is roaring through these horoscopes, and so is Saturn. So this is the breaking down of old structures that have outlived their usefulness, and the breaking through of this life force that is opening up in, the people of Canada, but in everyone in the world. I mean, never ever in our history of being humans, there has never been a time where the whole world is watching what's going on. The entire world is involved. All of the people of the world are involved, are engaged in one way or another, because you can't get away from it.
No.
I mean, and thankfully, the alternative media has been carrying the torch here. And I know I've been just absolutely riveted by the live streams that have been going on the ground in Ottawa for the last, well, certainly the last couple of days, but before that as well, just watching what's been happening, how has it been playing out, and it's just amazing. It's absolutely amazing, and to see real people, ordinary people, actually what I consider to be the fellowship, elves, dwarves, hobbits, and men. The truckers would be somewhat equivalent to the dwarves. The dwarves were miners and great craftsmen of the mountain halls. And so the dwarves represent your, rough and tumble working class people who actually work, and do the hard stuff, the rodeo riders, the, construction workers, and those kind of people. And then the farmers have been also participating in this, and what we saw at the Coutts border in Alberta, just a couple of hours from me. Farmers, people on horseback, all coming together to stand for freedom and to expose this tyrannical, evil that has been unleashed on our people. And so then we've also seen what I call the Council of Elrond, the Council of the Elves. And that actually happened in Washington, D.C. I think it was on January the 24th. And it was the meeting with Senator Ron Johnson and all of the, top doctors who are, stepping up and blowing the whistle and speaking the truth about what's really going on with this COVID hysteria.
I wasn't aware of that meeting.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh my gosh.
Were you, Jason?
You've got to see it. Oh, yeah, you've got to watch it. It's unbelievable. It goes on for 5 hours. And each
was
of these...
Was it a congressional hearing or no, or was it just a meeting?
I'm not sure what the formal name of it is, but I know it was Senator Ron Johnson. I don't even know what his political, party alignment is. He did a great job. He was very open to what was being discussed. Every one of the people on there, I think there was maybe about 20 or so different doctors, medical professionals of every stripe. And then there was 2 lawyers, Tom Renz and his counterpart, a woman named Lee Dundas. And their presentation was mind-blowing, dealing with the legal end of it. So yes, please, everyone listening, watch that. There's the elves. So the elves are the professionals, the academics, the people who don't, get dirty and roll around in the mines. These are the people who do that head work. And so it just seems to me that the fellowship has formed on all of these different levels, and it's happening around the world, and we will prevail. Evil destroys itself in the end. And but I do have to say that I think we're going to be in this battle for probably at least 3 years. So buckle down, everybody.
And then we're going to have a party for the ages.
Yes. And then maybe we can actually travel. That would be something.
There you go.
Wow. Well,
maybe I could actually meet you guys in
nice.
person someday.
Yeah.
Wow, wouldn't that be awesome?
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. We're gonna throw some parties. I want to tour like an actual musician.
Oh wow, wouldn't that be great?
Well, I've said, right before COVID hit in 2019, when we did the last show, the last tap of 2019, Jason and I were both we didn't plan it. And I'm sure we're not the first person that said it because it's a throwback to the 1920s, but we're like, oh yeah, roaring 20s in a good way. And little did we know we were weeks away at that point from the COVID news starting to hit. We're first seeing it in China, and then it quickly spread around the world.
Yeah.
the lockdowns, the tyranny, the imprisonment, we should say, that came with it.
Mm-hmm.
All this time, though, it kind of dovetails with something I know we can't get into too much right now, but I know you and I have spoken about this at length, both privately and publicly.
Mm-hmm.
And I've said this on this show. You guys will recognize, Jason will recognize, that in very different ways. I'm just using it as a thumbnail sketch. Just the fact that it was a before and after moment, a time of transition, and nothing was quite the same after it. That this, not that things work in perfect sets of 10, but roughly what we would call this decade of the 20s or thereabouts will be something of a new 1960s, where there will be
You know what? I
a
was
changing
just
of the
thinking
guard.
about that. Yep.
Yeah, where nothing will
Uh-huh.
quite be, everything that came before will be questioned, and nothing will quite be the same after it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
Well, and
the results might be a little more positive than the 1960s, as we've discussed or I've discussed. It's not all bad. There are a lot of people with a lot of good intentions. We look at things like getting away from processed foods and back to nature, and away from
yeah.
the predatory aspects of capitalism. Not that capitalism is bad all around, but
Mm-hmm.
predatory exploitative aspects of it. There are a lot of people with a lot of good intentions in the 60s, but a lot of it got co-opted, and it got
It
mixed up with
did.
some other really dark stuff.
That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
So maybe we
Yeah.
should do a better version of that now.
Well, I think we are doing it. And I was thinking a lot about this actually, particularly Woodstock. And what was that at the, I forget how many people were there. Maybe you know,
500,000.
Jared. 500,000, okay. So I was just thinking, wow, I wonder what would have happened if they sent the orc army in to shut down Woodstock. What would have happened then? And so here it is now, and we're dealing with peaceful people protesting, but they're also singing and dancing and having fun, and there's children and old people and people of every race, color, and creed dancing and singing together, and this incredibly life-filled scene. And then the contrast of these thugs, beating people, trampling them with
Oh,
horses
that was terrible. Yeah.
in the street. And this is never, these are images that will never go away.
Yeah. That's
And
a very powerful thing to say, and it really is what's happening right now in our great country. Will be great again of Canada. But we're so happy you came on today and celebrated our birthday with us and shared your thoughts.
Thank you for inviting me.
Oh my God! Any final thoughts you want to share before we let you go?
Well, no, I just I just say let's keep the Promethean spirit alive in ourselves as individuals, and to know that this is a force of nature that will never be crushed, ever. And no matter how bad it looks, no matter how dark the moments we might face in the next 3 years or so, that spark, that torch is blazing.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
Well said, Loralee. Thank you so much. We'll have you back soon.
Thank you. All right. Bless you both and everyone listening. Happy birthday.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And that was Loralee, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have a gentleman who we're going to get right into what he would have talked about had we not had glitches and everything else going on. And that is the one and only Jerome. What's going on, brother? Look at that setting. Magnificent to see you. How are you?
I am doing wonderful today. It's so great to have been watching this stream and see all the wonderful people in this community.
That is, you're giving us a beautiful image.
Yeah.
I love how you framed the shot, the ocean and the sky behind you. It's great to see you, Jerome. Thank you for helping us celebrate 4 years of the after party today.
Oh, I wish I had known about you 4 years ago, but you've lifted my life this last, I guess it's about 16 or 18 months since I first discovered you all. And
wow,
what an uplift. What an uplift it's been.
Well, it's a beautiful thing. to say, and thank you. I said at the beginning of the show that this is not Jason and I having a private conversation that we just post online every week. It's everyone participating in the communities, the chat, and of course the guests we speak to week in and week out. So it's really for all of us. It's we're just playing a role of being the two guys that host a show every week, but the bigger picture, the whole ecosystem of that is all of us together, and we're glad you're part of that.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure glad to be a part of it. I was once a gold miner, and when you're dreaming as a gold miner, you dream of finding veins, a rich vein that leads to more and more gold. And hearing about our, especially the outreach team, they have hit these veins in the chats, and they're finding so many of our brothers and sisters that, they didn't know about us, but they can find them through that mechanism. And anyway, it's I wish I was doing that, but I'm working another vein of the medical freedom enthusiastic community is really ripe for white well-being, and especially for seeing the anti-white nature of this attack, that's this ongoing attacks that we're faced with. Anyway, I'm feeling like I've found a real good vein there to work with.
That kind of goes with what Loralee was just saying. I don't know if you heard her, the previous guest.
Yes, I did.
We're going to have you on for a full exposition of this topic, but can you give us like a couple of minute teaser about
Yeah, let's go. A quick thumbnail of it is that they're just the people who are attracted to the medical freedom and the overall freedom. They are the people with the spirit of the West and Prometheus. They're just naturally our people. So that's why I call it a rich vein, although it's more like placer mining, where you have nuggets scattered among all the other rock. But there's a much higher concentration of the people who resonate with the Western biospirit are attracted to these causes of wanting to secure a future for our descendants and for our destiny. Today, I was standing on an overpass, and there were about 30 of us there, and we had signs and banners, and we were waving to the traffic coming up out of LA, and the people there were excited. We were the people on the bridge. We were all glad to be working on this together, and we're getting all this response from the drivers who were excited to see other people who cared about this cause of the truckers and the truckers, kind of like the ride of the Rohan or something they're doing there. But they're putting their lives on the line, and I am afraid for them too. I don't want to be black-pilled here, but
that's pretty extraordinary.
Essential.
That's pretty extraordinary that you were getting this kind of response in a place like Los Angeles. Did you have a banner?
Well, they're coming out of LA, but I would say we were getting about 30% of the cars were honking and waving, and maybe 50 or 60% of the trucks were honking, and there was maybe 5 or 6% of the people were flipping us off. So it was a pretty good ratio of engagement.
See, that's like in-person Twitter when you're standing over a highway. And you might have said this, I apologize if I missed it, but what was the messaging? Did you have banners?
The messaging was in support of the Canadian truckers. So we had a lot of American flags. We had Canadian flags. We had, I had a sign that said Trucker Freedom Convoy, and I had another sign that said Canadian Freedom Convoy. We had people had made all kinds of different signs that were in support of this movement of, essentially, it's like a giant battle between tyranny and freedom is what I see, what the symbology of this Canadian protest is. So, but our signs were supporting the truckers.
That's great.
Yeah, well, to hear that kind of response in the vicinity of Los Angeles is, or anywhere really on the coast of California, is pretty phenomenal. And I do try to remind people all the time. I mean, we all share memes. Internet culture is what it is, but a lot of nuance gets lost in memes. You know, it's not all the big cities are bad. It's not like every last person there is bad. It's a little more complex than that. And one way or another, we need cities. I'm not anti-city. I like cities myself, and I'm from a city. And throughout history, you know, people congregate in one place so that scientists can share their findings at universities and artists can have their art or musician kind of collectives and have their scenes. It's not cities in and of themselves. It's not any of this in and of itself. It's the consciousness behind it. It's the people who are populating the cities, or it's the people who are on the boards of the companies. You know, take your pick of whatever it is. We act like these lifeless forces, like social media in and of itself, or an economic system in and of itself is the first and last word. No, it's the people. It's the people who are giving life to these things. And that's why the work we do here, the fundamental thing is, there's different ways to say it. I know this word has different associations. Maybe people think it kind of sounds a little wonky, but consciousness. I'm comfortable with the word consciousness, but we can think of some other words if that kind of turns some of you off. But that's really the first domino, as far as I can tell.
Yeah. And
Yes.
Jerome, if you have something to say, it looked like you were about to say something, but I do want to mention before we let Jerome go, Jerome has a site, right? And I can put that up on the screen. Would you like to talk about that as well?
Oh, I had a YouTube channel, and I still do. They haven't deleted it, but I also started to make a site that's independent of YouTube to put the videos that are more focused on going free and white well-being. So yeah, that's gofree.tllc.com, and it has some of my favorite clips. I clip a lot from the after party and from the going free stream, and I've started to put some of my favorites up here where they can be safe from YouTube.
Yeah, you know more about the tech than I do, but you've explained to me that this is, you share videos. People can log in or go to the site and share the videos, and it's in this decentralized way.
Yes,
Can you explain that for a quick minute?
Oh yeah, a quick minute about that is mostly I'm a tech guy. I'm not really a content creator as much as a guy who I write code. Okay, so I wrote a video server, and then I used that to start to put things, because YouTube was starting to censor me, and I don't have Jason's genius to navigate the YouTube maze and come out still not still with my channel intact. So I started to make this other method, but it has some good features for us. We can share without fear of censorship, and we can maybe tell if the shares are effective. So one thing I'm excited about now is this I have a big sign I put on the freeway about grand-jury.net. So that was one of the videos that you got toward the end there, is the grand jury is underway. They're having a grand jury in the court of public opinion to attempt to see if we should bring charges against anyone for what's been going on the last couple of years. So anyway, that's not really directly on the Go Free topic though, but it's an example of overlapping communities here.
Mm-hmm.
People who care about justice and freedom tend to realize that we deserve our ability to live according to our biospirit. and
Amen.
have a place for our children.
Amen.
Thank you for having me on today.
No, it's marvelous having you on, especially since you were, what is so very important in the process and service to white well-being is the ability to be able to communicate these ideas to those around us. And that in part means that we're finding people out there to whom we would like to communicate. Jerome has, when we have him back for a full episode of TAP, he's going to talk about reaching out to this community. There's so many that he sees there that are projecting our biospirit. And he accurately identifies that these are people that we can reach if we go to them the way we do in service to white well-being, with love for our people and a focus on ourselves. And we all know the reality of this. I mean, of course, check with CNN, but we know the reality that if Western kind becomes healthy again, the world becomes healthy again. That's just the reality. The world and everything in the world becomes healthy again. If we don't become healthy again, everything is going to a very bad place. And we have people that Jerome brilliantly identified who are out there and they're involved in these different movements, and they want to do good. They're seeing a sliver of what's wrong in the world, and they just need to be given that little bit of help, a little bit of hand up. And Jerome is there to help, and he's going to be talking on that when we have him back. And he's doing this great, just magnificent work. Everybody loves Jerome. Magnificent work. Got a website, and he's out there getting the message out. We deeply appreciate it, brother. What are your final thoughts, and where can people find your content? Do we still have?
My final thoughts is just that I am grateful to have found this community. I am so grateful to have found this community. That's my final thought. And my contact is at gofreetllc.com.
Amen. Thank you so much, brother, for showing up, and thank you so much for posting
Did
up.
I lose?
No. Well, we can hear you, but you posting up with this beautiful background. Thank you, brother. Bye-bye. That was marvelous. You got the ocean out there, taking a look at it. Whatever.
That was a very pleasant scene.
Yes, it was. And we're going to have another pleasant scene because we're going to have a great champion everyone knows and loves as well. The great Roi Danton is now joining us. Good sir, how are you? And what are you thinking about these days?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, how quickly time is passing. I can't really believe it's already been 4 years.
I know it.
Feels like we started the show yesterday.
I know.
Now we are here, like 4 years. Well, it's only halfway to like 10, and then we will have a 20-year anniversary someday. But I'm glad to be here. And
you've been around pretty much since the beginning. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, pretty much.
Yeah, I thought so.
I don't even remember, did Going Free start before or after TAP?
It was about a year into it, Jason, right? You began that in the beginning of 19, correct?
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Because I've pretty much been there from the very beginning of Going Free as well as TAP.
Mm-hmm.
And even the old days when it was still on Wednesday afternoon after Tuta. Back then, before it became PWR, and then we had the, I think, 100th show when the name was changed and then started all over again. Yeah. But TAP basically kept running under its name, and now we are here for years. And man, this background, I was so jealous of Jerome, and I saw this lovely beach behind him, and I thought, okay, that must be California, because when I look out here, it's already dark, it's raining a little bit, it's supposed to be maybe a little bit of snow, not much, it's not going to stick, but he's standing on a beach, and it's so cold over here.
Yeah, that image was gorgeous where Jerome was. So how have you been since we spoke to you last?
Yeah, I've pretty much taken a bit of a break from social media and watching streams and anything. I just needed a break for a little bit. So I worked on a bit of some fun hobby projects, Like, for instance, I saw this YouTuber, he made some videos about how he basically builds an 8-bit computer out of individual electronics components, and I've been following his videos, and it's very exciting. And he even sells kits where you get like the parts and then you can assemble it, and that just arrived here in the mail. So I'm quite excited about unwrapping that and see, hey, can I build like a tiny little computer out of like electronics? And then I started to watch some more videos where people explain how the parts actually work, how all of that is. Like there's one guy, he has like, I think 5 million subscribers. And he makes this long, hour-long video where he's basically standing in front of a whiteboard filled with mathematical formulas and everything. And I'm trying to watch this. It's quite interesting. But
so, Roy, does this mean that we could eventually expect a computer company developed by you?
No, not really. It's really just like a fun thing. And this is basically how computers have been, I don't know, like 30 years ago, 20 years ago, like forever.
Wow.
Yeah. And sometimes I was even thinking, hey, what would happen if we could go back to the past? Let's say we could go back 10 years, 20 years, something like that, because, all this madness that happened recently. And I mean, over here in the US, it's fairly relaxed. People almost pretend as if that madness had never happened. But from what my mom is telling me, it's quite tough in Germany. Although it seems to be relaxing a little bit over there, but they still have these crazy restrictions in place. And sometimes I was thinking, what if we could go back in time? But then I realized, what does it actually mean going back in time? Like, would we forget everything we learned and start like pretend it never existed? But then we would just like repeat it, and then it would be like we didn't actually time travel, Like if we could not retain at least some of our skills when going back, it would just be reliving it all over again. As we wouldn't even remember that it would be the second time of us experiencing it. So I was thinking a more realistic way of time travel would be something where maybe you don't remember like recent events, but you would retain skills. So, for instance, if you learn a language, you might still be able to speak that language or even understand it. And then in terms of going free, wouldn't that mean that if you could go back in time, let's say 20 years, you would still be able to recognize all the anti-Whiteism in the media and everywhere, but you would find yourself in a time where you would be almost the only person doing so. So that could mean you would feel very alone and helpless, especially if you could remember, okay, wait a second, going free is going to start in 20 years from now. Am I really going to wait 20 years or start my own thing? How is that going to mess with the timeline?
So basically, you're not inventing a computer company. You're working on a time machine. Is that what you're telling us? No. The serious element of what you just said is actually a very profound point. Again, to remind people that as much as we all have our days when we get a little stressed out or maybe very stressed out by the news that we see, but Roy just gave a really life-affirming example of why you have to be present and you have to show up to where you are here and now. This is what we have. So it's actually the deeper implication of what you just said is something quite life-affirming and beautiful.
Yeah, and for instance, like I watched a few like older movies and older TV shows, and it's quite interesting how much anti-Whiteism you find in them that you did not see in the first place, or at least that you don't remember in the first place. And for instance, one thing I realized while watching some older shows is that sometimes the anti-Whiteism is not actually in what people do or how they behave in the movie, but the choice of actor to play the role. For instance, there was one movie where there was like a famous scientist. He was a cool guy, had some great ideas, and he was very helpful, and he tried to protect the environment, and he spoke up against like the putting profit first. So helped his friends. Was a really cool guy. And I thought, hey, if I met this guy in real life and he was actually that scientist, I would love to work with him. But they cast a non-white person into that role. And I thought it wouldn't matter if the guy has the skills, he has the experience, and I like this character. So I would love to have this non-white person in a team working with me. But then I have to realize, well, it's a TV show, so it's an actor. It's not a real person. It's a story. And the people who created the movie probably deliberately cast this non-white person into the role, because it could have been played by a white person. Especially, this was very old. This was in a time when the world was still like 90% white, and especially in the area where that played. So it was not just that it would be normal for a non-white person to be there. I think it was just a deliberate choice by the producers to make people basically accept this and to portray this guy. Look, the non-white person is this fantastic guy, just not putting anything into the actual show that people might object to that, because it was still, I think it was 15 years ago. So, and things have really progressed a lot. Mm-hmm. But I think it really started with this, we cast this one actor into that role just to make people accept the presence of non-whites in our present, and then also casting non-whites in those like hero roles. Well, I've seen other examples where they cast a non-white person to play the absolute ultimate evil bad guy. That happened as well, but I think more often than not they cast the white guy playing the villain role in the, like, the black president. That was something like, you go back and watch a movie. The president is pretty much a black person, and this, I don't even know the name, but there is this special actor who usually plays God or the president.
Oh yeah, God, yes, the Morgan Freeman effect.
Yeah, I've shared before that when I was, I guess, confronted with the anti-white narrative, confronted so many times with every respectable judge being black and every respectable doctor being black, that if I'm being honest with myself, every time I think of judge or doctor, I see a black person in my mind. I don't see one of my own kind. And that's a consequence of the anti-white narrative that we see in our lives. We see in all of the news and entertainment media. And we come to believe is very different than the real world, because the subconscious mind can't know the difference. And we end up in this environment where increasingly, we start, Roy's talking about very astutely, this as you roll things back through time, you see the style of the anti-whiteism, the specific MPs are peeled away, but there are other ones. You get to a point where you even have a completely white population, and so when they're going to be selecting the actors, all they have is white. Nowadays, they won't even, they'll bring people in to discriminate against white actors, to discriminate against white grips and people doing all of these other jobs. They'll bring non-white people in order to harm and victimize white people. But if you go back far enough, you see that you get to a point where, okay, so they really only have white people to choose from. So the lightest featured white people are the villains. And then the melange of white people make up the good guys. And you still see that to this day. Of course, if they're going to select, it's more often than not. I saw an advertisement in a magazine the other day for an old movie. I don't know, it was getting switched. What was it? Maybe it'll come back to me. But in order to, and the bad guy is in the advertisement. And he's got these beautiful bright blue eyes. Well, of course he does. If somebody wanted to, if there were anti-Arabs in an Arabic country, they would find the quintessential what those anti-Arabs identified as the quintessential Arab. Whether nature would say that, or God would say that, or the Arabs would say that is immaterial. They would find what is the quintessential Arab, and that would be the villain in all of their movies. Well, that's what's happening to us. It doesn't happen anywhere else. It just happens to white people, and everyone knows it. And we're saying that the emperor has no clothes, and we say it all the time. We don't care what they think. But it's so magnificent. I got to say, Roi, folks, if you don't know, Roi is one of these hardcore veterans. And he came from, he's got magnificent testimonials he shared over the years. He came from a place where, and I've met Roi in person, great guy, and really, really like him. And he came from a place, and he's a much better place today. Always had the great spirit of the West and all of our champions inside of him. And he's tapping into them increasingly and demonstrating those magnificent talents. And we're so proud of him and so happy to have Roi with us today, brother. And he's been one of our troll slayers forever in there moderating, just doing a brilliant job. We love it. But brother, any final thoughts you have today on this 4-year anniversary of TAP?
Yeah, brother, you just brought up a very interesting point with the lawyers and the doctors. Because I just remember looking back into my early 20s, like late childhood. There was this German television series that is like a police officer, and there are 2 police officers, and the show ran for I think 15 years, and it's still running today. And they actually had a non-white actor, like he was a Turkish guy, but this played in an area where there were quite a lot of Turks living in that area. So I always felt having this guy is normal, because he would just live there for a while, and you would just see them on the street if you walk there. And I always thought, isn't that just a normal representation? But looking back, I'm thinking, no, he was probably deliberately cast into that role. And quite interestingly, the white actor, this was only the 2 police officers, the non-white guy and the white guy, they actually replaced, I think they went over like 10 different actors for the white guy. He was constantly being replaced. But the non-white guy, he stayed, and I think he even became the director. And if I remember correctly, he now retired, and they replaced him with a non-white female, something ridiculous. But that is, when you just look back and you think, like back then, it seemed normal, because it was in an area where there were a large number of non-whites living there. But it's still, if you see it on television, you have to think, wait a second, there are people in other parts of the country, especially out on the countryside, where it's all white. Yeah. For them, it might not be so normal seeing those people. And also, why are they so overrepresented in the police force? Maybe because they're getting special promotions and they're selected. Because I actually, from my childhood, I have always often associated police officer with, Turk. Wow. Because these people, they went to police, and they were tough and they were strong. There was also always being portrayed like that, and they could get into fights. They wouldn't have any problems. For instance, they could get into fights with non-white people without being accused of the anti-white slur. So that might be a reason why they chose those non-white police officers.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Well, well said, brother. But we got to let you go, because we got to keep rolling here with the all-stars of this anniversary. But we love you, man, and thank you so much for coming on.
It was a great pleasure being here, and to the next 10 years.
10 years. Don't get ahead of yourself. But Roi, he's already considering it 10 years, because we're almost halfway there. But Roi, thank you so much for being a pillar of this community and being so supportive over the years. It was great to speak to you as always.
Yeah.
Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.
You
Bye-bye.
too.
Folks, we now have a great videographer. A guy who makes splendid videos. The one and only intellectual Embargo is with us. How are you, brother? What are you thinking about these days?
Oh, I'm pretty well. Oh, I'm thinking about lots of things. But I tell you what, I was gonna get. I did get you guys a cake. Here's the deal. I got the cake and I was walking across the street, and an anti-white in his sports car cut me off as I was crossing the street, and I accidentally dropped the cake through his sunroof onto his head.
Well, what flavor was it? Could we at least imagine what it would taste like?
It was it had that lemon filling in the center.
Oh, yum.
Lemon filling. Yeah.
Nice.
That works. Well, that's very kind of you.
I'm sure he enjoyed it.
It's a thought that counts.
Yeah. So, I mean, things are good. I've been thinking about a lot of things. I sort of wrote a script about an idea, but then I scrapped the script because it got way too complex, right? And I feel like I needed to rethink it. And I think when you look at the white positive sphere and you look at content creators, I think a lot of people are rethinking things right now.
Is that the impression you get? Yeah.
That's the impression I get when I look around at the people making content. Some people who were only here for an intellectual diversion, they're ready for their next diversion. Some people who have been watching and studying and been paying attention to all this stuff, they've heard it enough times where they're interested in something new. So I think a lot of the creators that will be doing well this year, 2022, will be ones who find new ways to engage with their audience. And so one of the things I've been doing, even though I haven't put out a new video recently, I have been streaming 3 times a week, and I've been grabbing little stream highlights to put on my main channel. And like today, we talked a lot about certain concepts like tradition and betrayal, which both come from the same Latin word. And the difference between tradition and betrayal in Latin is who you're handing things over to. That's the difference, because they both mean to hand down. Tradere is to hand over. So if your father gives you the sword his father gave him, that's tradition. If your father sells it to a merchant so he can go buy booze, that's betrayal. The difference between good tradere and bad tradere is whether you hand things over to the right person or to the wrong person. And we looked at this clip of John Cleese. He was saying, I go to London and I don't see English people. He sees a hand over, but not to who he expected, right?
This is a very good matrix of understanding. I like this.
Yeah, so that's what I talked about today on my stream, and I'm going to grab the clip and I'm going to put it on the main channel. And then tomorrow, I'm inviting a bunch of my stream viewers to come play games with me, right? We're just going to play games, chat about some stuff. I'm going to try and incorporate more fun into what I'm doing. When I first started making videos, I laughed a lot in my videos, and I joked about a lot of things. And my more recent videos, they've been really based off of lexicon and introducing simple idea or complex ideas through simple terms. And I want to do more of that, but I want to laugh at least occasionally in some of these videos too.
Oh, it's important.
More entertaining and engaging. I feel like on some level, I said like the viewers are looking for something new. Maybe the viewers are looking for something a little bit more lighthearted, not so doom and gloom from me, not so straight and narrow, not so clinical.
Right.
But
there's a time for that too. I mean, we need people like you who have a great talent at articulating things that people kind of half sense, but maybe don't have the facility with language or all the knowledge together in one place. But I agree with you. We have to kind of be Swiss Army knives and have different modes. Jason and I have said from the beginning, and I think we connected and bonded over this just as two people meeting and becoming friends, is we're all living our lives together. This is a celebration of 4 years of this particular show. It's one great project that's kind of formed out of our individual pursuits together, and then this whole community is around it. And as I was saying earlier, this is really a celebration of all of us, because it's not just me and Jason having a weekly private phone call. It's talking to people like you, our guests in the chat, in the community. So many proactive people. Not all of them are the ones who get up on the show. Just because we don't know everyone's name or everyone's name isn't known publicly doesn't mean there's not a lot of people doing a lot of great things behind the scenes. But we're living our lives. this, this show's gone on 4 years, and that's just a little sliver of things. A lot's been going on before it, and we'll all continue doing things in the years to come. You can't burn yourself out by only reporting on the doom and gloom, or like you said, some people maybe their real strength is studying bits of history and then tying it all together and communicating that, and they're kind of that archetypal professor or teacher, and that's great. I'm not saying everyone has to be multitasking. So when I said Swiss Army knife, I didn't quite mean that, but I just meant that we're all people with our different moods and emotions, and we go through different things in our lives, and to be realistic about that. I found that myself, intellectual embargo. Like, I've started using Twitter a little more recently, the way that I would have a few years ago with my friends when I was younger and just kind of fooling around being a kid. If something silly comes to me, I think to myself, well, just because I've been known as a content creator who does white positive stuff, it doesn't mean that every single tweet I make has to talk about that. I mean, again, if that's your thing or you don't have time, we all have to budget our time. So if you want to hop on Twitter and only talk about that, then fine. But it works well for my personality, and it just helps me in the long haul to be able to do like non sequitur, silly, random stuff, or just kind of ask a question out loud. And that's how most people use Twitter anyway. So we might well find that people who aren't in this sphere, they might discover you or me that in a kind of a secondary matter.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah. No, I totally agree. And I've been kind of using Twitter a little bit more that way as well. I do post analysis. I have these crazy long threads sometimes. It's like 140 characters each, and I'll have 10 posts. It's like you're dumping 1,000 characters on Twitter. I mean, people aren't reading a lot of that, but I also put in my other takes. For example, I always like to remind people that cottage cheese is the most underrated cheese by far. Respect for cottage cheese.
I'll do some thinking on that tonight. There's a reflection on that.
I mean, even if you were to ask people to list their 5 favorite cheeses, almost no one will say cottage cheese. But if you remind them, at least some of those people will be like, "Oh yeah, I almost forgot it's a cheese. It's a green cheese, an unaged cheese." But hey, it's one of the most underrated, easily.
I have to go try some again. I think it's been a while.
Make sure you get that 4% fat stuff. That low fat stuff often has this sort of tangy, vinegary thing going on.
Oh no! If I do something like that, I don't do fat free or half fat. If I drink milk, it's whole milk. Go all the way.
Yeah, good man. There you go.
But no, you're right. You have to hit all the different emotions. And we've done that on this show. I hope Jason and I have. We've had some pretty heavy conversations and topics, and there's been lighthearted times too, laughs and silliness and randomness and stuff in between. Whether you're a content creator or not, I say this to everybody: you're going to burn yourself out if it's only, oh my God, like all this bad stuff's going on every day. It's just not healthy. We need people who are healthy and have a reason to live, and we have to pick each other up. Sometimes I'm in a good mood and you're not, and I can help you, or vice versa.
I mean, there's a lot to brood over in the world. There's a lot of bad things happening, and if you really want to let that blind you to all the good things in the world, you can do that. I mean, you can just dig yourself a pit of misery if you let yourself do that. And part of the reasons why I want to be a little bit more upbeat and laugh and have fun is because occasionally it seems like some of my viewers are falling into that. And I'm like, okay, maybe I can say the things I'm saying and talk about the things I'm talking about, but maybe I got to remind people of the silver lining.
Yeah.
Maybe I got to laugh at, there are times where I have to laugh at the absurdity. And I feel like there's also a certain social utility to mocking that I have underutilized to get my ideas across, which is a very clinical way to put it.
Yeah.
But that is what I think needs to change. And so I'm going to be making my video at some point here about numeric courage, and I hope to sort of incorporate that. I want to make it more simple than my original script because it got way too complex, but be a little bit more fun and not so, just plain dry. Like, it's great that it was simple. It's great when I can make it simple, but I don't want it to be dry. So that's what I'm planning.
When you just kind of go back to where you began, when you said there's kind of a realignment and you find that yourself and other voices are reconsidering things. That's, again, I find that really interesting. Do you have anything more to say about that? Do you think things going on in the wider culture are contributing to that? And some of the crackdowns are kind of separating the wheat from the chaff?
Well, I'd say that you have a lot of people who have been invested in some of the most important ideas when we're looking at. And they've been invested and they've been invested in, and they've been invested in it. And now that the crackdowns are happening, they're like, oh, finally, it's like they can sort of get a release of focusing on something else for a little bit. But it's still somewhat related. You do see a lot of really great people amongst the truckers and whatnot. And I've posted analysis among the truckers because, I mean, I just don't want... I want to be able to sort of say, okay, maybe we've put ourselves on really short leashes, and that's why we're looking to get away. But let's explore all these other topics without completely forgetting about why we sort of came together in the first place. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to not focus on white well-being. When you look at all the truckers and these protests, we should talk about that, and I do talk about that. But then I also relate it to what we're saying. I mean, just look at the Parliament in Canada. You had the black parliamentarians say that the protests up there are vehicles for white supremacy, right? And the reality is there's lots of truckers and lots of people with them. And certainly they're not all white, but a lot of the white people might be targeted for arrest and to become political prisoners if they're convicted and have their bank account shut down more than these other groups. I'm happy to see everyone up there. There's a lot of great people, but like, hey, these things are tied together. So let's talk about the other things, but then relate it back.
They're also showing their hand in that. I think Jerome was getting at this, and Jason, you were speaking to this with Jerome. They're showing their hand in that when you label something that is pro-freedom or any of these other traits that we seem to be strong in, even if it's being expressed by other peoples as quote-unquote white supremacy, that goes to show that it's really these traits, these instincts, these modes of being that we seem to possess and be quite strong in. We're on the chopping block because of possessing and expressing those traits. And it's at that point, it gets a little hard not to go down these logic trees of, well, yes, there are plenty of people who just have an animus for white people's because of their own unfortunate perceived imbalances in themselves or projections and jealousy and things like that. And I don't want that. Again, I want all the peoples of man to be comfortable in who they are and love who they are. But there's also people who maybe, in, to use your word, a more clinical way, they do just kind of want this global plantation of 95% of the world being just cattle consumers. And that on the whole, we're probably the people who exhibit the traits most in a population distribution graph that have the traits that would push back against that. You know, and it's not too crazy or conspiracy-ish to say, you know, I know there's a lot of people who discuss this, it's kind of this perfect storm where we're on the chopping block because of the people who are jealous and hateful, but we're also on the chopping block because of the people who they could care less about black, white, red, this, yellow, that. They just want a bunch of slaves. But we're probably the toughest. I think it's safe to say that globally we're the cultures that are the toughest nut to crack in terms of that are going to be the most apt to protest and push back.
Well, I think we're definitely the most individualist. So if they're trying to herd everyone around and we are the most cat-like, and the hardest to herd because we're the most
Yeah.
individualist, then it is sort of it's a thorn in their paw.
Exactly.
That being said, I would never underestimate the racial revenge narratives that underpin a lot lot of these feelings.
Oh,
that,
certainly. Yeah, that's what I meant about the perfect storm. It's kind of
yeah.
all this together.
Yeah, because you definitely don't want to get caught down what Jason talks all about the time in this conversation about whiteness. At the end of the day, I'm not here to preserve traits, okay? I'm here to preserve people. White
Yeah.
children don't deserve to be denigrated. I don't care about the traits. They're innocent. Like, this has got to stop. So, yeah.
Amen to that. That's a powerful point to wrap up your section of this show with us today, brother. Folks, I want you to know I had up Intellectual Embargo's site over there on Odyssey. You absolutely must subscribe to him. You absolutely must go out to other content creators who are white sympathetic in one way or another and request that they have Intellectual Embargo as a guest of theirs. This guy is if you watch his clips, you can see that this guy's a star, and he's just waiting to shine. It's just some clouds are floating in front of him, and he's just waiting really to shine. He has a great cadence, a great delivery, and breaks things down in a way that even the midwittery classes and maybe even the midget wits out there can get it. But brother, final thought and where folks can find you today.
Well, I'm Intellectual Embargo on YouTube and Twitter and Gab and Odyssey, and then Gaming Embargo on a different YouTube channel and Twitch and Trovo. As far as the final thought, happy anniversary. Have a great one, brother.
God bless you, man.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Great speaking.
Bye-bye. All right. That was the one and only Intellectual Embargo. And I'm serious. I mean, this guy is a star that it's just, he's come in at the point where there you have like this lull from all the censorship and the malaise from everything happening exactly as we predicted on this channel, would not predicted anywhere else when Biden got into office. And it's just the way it is. But we have sunnier climes about to join us, and that is the one and only lovely Porridge, ladies and gentlemen. We love him. How are you, brother? How are things down under?
G'day, Jason and Jared and everyone in the chat. I'm glad I could be here to celebrate your 4th birthday. And I agree with what Roy was saying, that I actually couldn't believe it when Jared told me it's been 4 years. I think all that Corona stuff has made me lose track of time. But
Yeah.
No, it's a great show, and I'm glad you've kept the tradition up for so long. And I also really like the idea of an after party. I like the idea of having a party after you've just had a party. And then when you guys have a after party birthday party, you're having a party for the party you had after a party. So I hope I got that right. But
This gets very esoteric very quickly.
We are meta here.
That's my kind of
It's very, very meta in a good way, not in the Zuckerberg way of trying to create a fake universe. Well,
I'm not trying to do that.
We were talking to Intellectual Embargo about we're in this for the long haul, so it's going to let your hair down on social media. This guy, everybody, if you're not familiar with Porridge and his Jubilation media channel, is very good at putting that applesauce around the pill of presenting a message that is not watered down at all, but he has a great delivery and is very funny. So you do that well. You do that well, mixing in humor and letting your personality shine. It's really important for people to do that.
Thanks. Well, yeah, I do learn from Jason about how to keep your channel on YouTube as long as possible. So I don't speak in the role of the villain, and I'm very careful about how I speak. And I'm also a Fed, so they've told Suzanne Majiski not to ban me. She's under strict instructions that lovely Porridge is an asset. So that's how I stayed on so long.
You know, what's funny is, even if you joke about that, there'll be somebody that hears this and clips this out and sees, see, I knew these guys were feds.
He admitted to it.
That will come back to bite me, I think, one day.
Yeah.
All you got to do is get a flag of yourself. Makes it all better.
Yes, yeah. I'd actually like to buy that flag of yours, Jason, because I think it's going to be worth something in the future.
Oh,
if I can
wow.
get it signed.
You-
But I
well,
also
absolutely.
I could see
realized
Porridge sailing the South Seas around the Pacific in like a pirate ship with that as its flag.
That's funny.
yeah, that will put the fear in the other pirates, won't it?
What are you about to say, Porridge?
Oh, I was going to say with iteration 1, you've told us all to like take notes in it and scribble all over it, and now you don't sell iteration 1 anymore, and you're sitting on a bunch of pristine books. I wonder, is this some kind of investment strategy for when we recapture our destiny and it's worth a mint?
Oh, well, it works out that way.
I can't buy iteration 1 anymore.
No, well, it's not available. I mean, it still exists, but it's not currently available. Iteration 1, and then they're even older. I mean, I know I have discs with the older, like some of the original, near the original earliest leaflets that was Go Free, that I used to pass out at meetings, and people would, with all of their other literature that they would take, would just promptly ignore. But it's all around.
I'd like to get my hands on one of those as well. That might be worth something in the future. The original leaflet of Go Free.
Well, when it comes time, you'll definitely be one of the folks. You're as deserving as anybody else. You're getting a statue for sure. You'll definitely get one of the originals of that as well.
That'll be worth something. So, what is it like in the future? You're reporting to us from the future.
Oh, yeah. There's not much news over here at the moment. It's
nothing's changed yet.
No. I was wondering if you got the time right this time. Last time we messed up a bit, but it's always a little hard to get things right with measurements and temperatures and time zones and seasons. It's all different for you guys up there, and so yeah, we're just coming towards the end of summer now, so they're attempting to get back into what pre-corona type of times, thinking that they can just forget all about it and go back to normal. But I think there has been a kind of cultural shift, and it has kind of forced. I mean, even if corona hadn't have happened, things were changing so much, and the world is changing a lot. And there's a lot of these guys who just want to ignore that. And, this whole nostalgia thing about these adult men playing with toys from their childhood. And then there's all these older guys who kind of want to do landscaping and renovations and try to hide away from the world, have their own little pocket there.
Yeah.
But it's all kind of a form of white flight. But
yes,
eventually, there's nowhere left to run, and especially the anti-whites love the hunt. They love to see you running, and so that's not going to appease them. Even submitting isn't going to appease them. So they've got two choices: to either face it or to be erased. So we're kind of in a good time where people are reconsidering the future and the world they're in, so we can inject our own message into that.
You get in the sense that our Australians they're just at the end of their line with what's going on. I mean, I know in the past when it was really the whole COVID thing was going on, and I know we spoke to you in 2020, like as it was starting to hit. We check in with you every so often on a pretty regular basis. What is the kind of the temperature there now? The socially, not the actual, like how hot it is. What is the narrative? How are they trying to construct what's going on in Canada? As everyone looks to what's going on in Canada, how is it interpreted down there?
Well, we had our own protests that were somewhat similar to that. It was a bunch of tradesmen from the unions, and the unions had requested that everybody get vaccinated and just threw them all under the bus. And so there was some quite big rallies going. They blocked roads, as the truckers have done, and they protested outside of the unions. And we are very different from Canada. We've kind of got that attitude that, things are good and don't disturb it. Don't disturb the peace.
Typically Canadians are very much like that.
Yeah,
Actually,
and it was kind of surprising.
You guys have a reputation overall for being a little more rough and tumble, I think, than Canadians.
Yeah, I guess so. We from where we came, we do kind of admire the outlaws and the rebels. I'm not sure if that's the same with Canada, but I also see that in Canada you've kind of got the same thing where you've got these ultra conformists who just want to do everything the government says, and it's just not enough. They want more rules, and then you've got the backlash to that. And I hear Canadians all the time in our spheres. It's kind of like there seems to be a lot of them around, and so I think it's kind of similar in Australia that we've got those two types of people, and especially in Melbourne, where we're kind of considered to be very left wing, for lack of a better word, in this certain area. But the restrictions are being wound back now, and they're talking about removing the QR codes, and so it might be over soon. Who knows? We'll wait and see. But that's why I didn't want to attach myself too much to this whole Corona thing, because I knew it was either it could be used to talk about our points, and there was a specific way you had to do that and be careful, because some people were concerned and some people weren't. There's different theories. So I didn't want to bog myself down with all that. I just thought I'm just going to point out anti-whiteism because there's so few voices doing that at the moment that I'm not going to let something like that distract me, because I'm sure soon there's going to be some other big event. There's going to be some other war with Russia, or there's going to be some financial crisis, and these things can easily distract you and put you down some rabbit hole of alternative information and that. So if anti-whites are pushing their message in that context, I'll point it out in that way. But otherwise, I'll keep chipping away doing the same thing I'm doing.
Any plans for the year? Any video scripts in the work you can give us a little teaser on?
Yeah, I do have a project planned. I won't announce it yet, but that's in the works. I'm quite busy. I do have scripts I have been trying to redo some of my older videos just to make sure I'm using the right verbiage, following along with what Jason has taught us, and just improving them. So I delete the old ones and put the new ones up. So that's good. And I'm doing Porridge Minute as well. I've been doing a few of those where they're just 1 minute videos where I talk rubbish, and I know I literally talked rubbish last time. I was talking about rubbish. You can go and check out that last video.
Oh, cool.
Soon enough, I'll get back into Meet Your People, which is for School of the West.world, and that's talking about our different countries, one people with many countries.
I was just going to pull up your YouTube. Folks, you need to follow lovely Porridge, your Jubilation Media. He's going to give you in a moment the places you can follow him. But if you're new, you've never heard this guy talk before. He's very humble. He puts in the threads of the videos some of the most prescient and brilliant insights. So this guy is extraordinary, and we are so very lucky to have him in service to White Wellbeing, one of our magnificent heroes in our great country of Australia. It'll be magnificent again one of these days when we recapture our destiny. And lovely Porridge is going to be one of the reasons why it gets back to its glory. But thank you so much, good brother, for coming on and being here on our birthday. It is always a joy to speak with you. We'll have to have you over on Going Free again soon as well. And please tell the folks where they can find you and any final thoughts you have.
Well, I'm on Jubilation Media, which is more serious and cultural stuff I do. There's Porridge Minute, where I make those 1 minute videos I mentioned. And check out the Meet Your People channel, or just go to Brant Danger's website and you can find it that way. Thanks for having me on the birthday tap. I remember one of my favorite episodes of Tap was, and I'm not just saying this because I was the guest on it, but I was on it. And Jason, you were acting kind of weird and distracting, and I'm wondering what the hell was going on. and then there's a knock at the door, and in walks Jared and sits down next to you. And that's the first time you guys met. So that was one of my favorite episodes, and it was great seeing you in the same room. I also remember, Jason, you were telling a story afterwards that you and Jared apparently got this hotel to record the stream, and you were carrying in all your recording equipment, all your cameras and tripods and microphones. And this gay guy in the lobby goes, doing a bit of filming, are you boys? You thought you guys were up to a bit of funny business.
I was about to when there's that millisecond when your brain is computing, like, how can I make this a funny joke? And before I could even say anything, Jason was just, he didn't even want to engage with it. He's just shutting it down. He's like, nope. You weren't even having it. You're like, nope,
what are you gonna say?
We're clearly walking into a hotel with lights and camera equipment. And this guy's like, no, you're filming something, boys. And just like, nope.
Are you gonna tell him? Oh, no, it's not like that. We're filming Tap with our guest, Lovely Porridge. I think it's just going to confuse him more, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
there was really no good way out of that one. So Jason's probably right to just the less engagement, the better in a situation like that. It was quite funny. We got a good laugh out of that.
Yeah. There's lots of good memories with Tap, and like you were saying, in YouTube years, you're about 80 years old, and I reckon
it keeps getting higher.
Yeah, I reckon in White Wellbeing subscribers, you're actually about 400,000 too. But with the anti-whites at YouTube, every subscriber you get, every 1,000 you get like one added to your account. So who knows? If you get another 8,000 subscribers between now and the 5th birthday, that might push it up another 30 subscribers, I think. So
yeah, exactly.
Get subscribing, everyone. And thanks, guys. I hope to speak to you again soon for the 5th. Oh, well, maybe I'll speak before then. But
I'm sure before then. But just like everyone joining us tonight and those who couldn't be here because of scheduling or other things, thank you for being a part of this whole milieu and community. It's all of us together.
Mm-hmm.
This show's just one aspect.
Am I the last guest?
No, we have a few more.
Oh, good. I'll sit around and
more show to come, brother. Yeah, hang out. And thank you for bringing up that story, your favorite Tap episode.
Thanks. See you later, guys. Great to be on.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, thanks. Bye-bye.
Well, now that was a heck of a lot of fun, and you knew it was going to be because it was the great, lovely Porridge. Now we have the splendid and beautiful Carlisle Cockatoo. Hello, young lady. How are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Just fine. And I understand that you have a wonderful piece of news that you want to share with us this evening.
I do, and I'm so grateful to be invited onto your show to be able to share this news, because I really think that it is an uncovered story that's kind of like slipping between the cracks. I mean, it's almost like the media wants you to be focused on things like Russia and Ukraine and rising gas prices.
What am I about to hear?
What they don't want you to see.
What have you two plotted? I know I'm being set up for a joke, so let's just get it out.
It's not my plan.
Yeah, this is totally all me. So this is
not about Snuggle Bear, is it?
It is totally not about Snuggle Bear. Don't be ridiculous. Snuggle Bear is so 6 months ago. This is a brand new breaking story that just came across the radar on Groundhog Day. And the reason it came across the radar on Groundhog Day is it is about groundhog on groundhog violence, which apparently is a growing epidemic in this country.
Is it?
It is. And it has the potential to start an interstate conflict between Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Because what has gone on here is Puxatawny Phil, of course, had the groundhog meteorology market since, like, I don't know, 18 something.
Oh, he's got it on lock.
He's got it on lockdown. Okay, so we're talking hundreds of years he's been predicting, and not just that, Phil, right? It's been generations of Puxatawny.
Everybody, I just want to say something, and I'm speaking for myself before Carlisle continues. I don't mean to cut you off, but in the culture we're in today, I realize my own ignorance about groundhogs. So everyone, let's just sit and listen. I think it's time. I think it's time for me to be educated and confront my own ignorance about groundhogs. So everyone, let's just sit and listen. Okay.
Well, I also was very ignorant into the world of groundhog meteorology. That's a whole different spectrum of groundhogs. There's
very esoteric.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And the competition is cutthroat, apparently, literally. Okay, so here we have Puxatawny, and he's got this whole meteorology groundhog market on lockdown, right? Generations of Puxatawny Phils have, they've got the whole thing going on. It's a thing in Pennsylvania. You go to the little groundhog event, you get the little hat and the T-shirt, the whole 9 yards. Okay, so a few years ago in Milltown, New Jersey, this couple decides they are going to raise their own meteorology groundhog. So then they have Milltown Mel. All right. So here's where it gets kind of sketchy. So Mel predicted the weather for a few years. All right. Mel number 1. This is the first Mel. And then this past summer, he unexpectedly became deceased. They didn't mention how in the article. They didn't say how he died. Okay, but I'm thinking foul play, but no one's talking about it. But then it gets worse. All right, so the couple says that he has a stump mate who is Milltown Mel 2, the second, right? And the lady actually said that Milltown Mel the first communicated to Milltown Mel II all the meteorology knowledge that Milltown Mel II would need to march forward with this meteorology endeavor. All right, so Milltown Mel II is ready to get this underway. He's going for it. And on Groundhog Day, the Wranglers go to get Milltown Mel II out of his heated stump, and they find him deceased as well. Now tell me that is not foul play. Clearly, there is mafia ties here. Puxatawny Phil was rustled, obviously, by Milltown Mel moving in on his meteorology territory.
See, when you first began relaying this dark, sordid tale, I thought that the angle you were going to take was that Milltown Mel is a new entrant into the scene and really shouldn't be stepping on Puxatawny Phil's toes. But you seem to be more sympathetic to Milltown Mel.
Well, I am. It's not his fault that he was a knockoff groundhog. It's not his fault. Yeah, Puxatawny did. He had the market cornered. I get it. It's, you don't want to share. But Mel was innocent in this. And now we have the lives of 2 innocent marmots gone from this earth, cut short, all because of the greed and the iron paw of Puxatawny Phil and his black-hearted reach and over into New Jersey. And there is a lot of mafia competition between Pennsylvania and New Jersey. So this is totally, it has the potential to get way out of hand. That's why the reporters are not really reporting on this story. But you're going to find this hard to believe, Jerry George. However, there are not 1, but 2 articles on this very incident that happened. And they're in mainstream publications.
The Atlantic Monthly.
And one of them actually read, famed meteorologist groundhog dies before big event. So that's huge. Famed meteorologist groundhog. So there they are acknowledging that Milltown Mel had skills. And, he worked hard to get where he's at. Mm-hmm. And here we have Phil just cutting his life short. Because this is a corrupt endeavor here. This was a hit out on Mel.
Well, I actually found the NBC article in all seriousness, and I'm putting it in the chat as we speak. Although We know YouTube is weird about links, but let's see if it stays. I think Punxsutawney Phil was sending a message.
Yeah.
Don't try this. Don't try this in Ohio. Don't try this in West Virginia. I don't want to see anything.
Absolutely. No, he is the number one, groundhog that does the weather, apparently. There are no other groundhogs allowed to do the weather. Phil's got this. He doesn't need help.
How far south do groundhogs go? Are they all over the United States, or is it more of a northern thing? I'm not sure about that. Are they in the deep south? Are they in California?
I don't know how far south they go, but I bet his reach goes in all 50 states.
I
bet he's got people everywhere.
Yeah, he has henchmen everywhere.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt in my mind. I mean, that's insane. Right before the ceremony, Milltown Mel II kicks it. And, they have an article. So if you Google Milltown Mel the First, you will actually see where he died this summer. And you'll see a picture of Milltown Mel II. And you can see fear in that groundhog's eyes. You knew Phil was going to turn him next.
It's not something to laugh at, Jason.
That is him right there. Mm-hmm. And it says, in lieu of his unfortunate passing over the summer, Milltown Mel 2 is stepping up as Milltown 1, Mel's 1 replacement. So after the first Mel had passed on, and, by unmentioned circumstances, I'm just saying the reporters are being very sketchy here. And they obviously don't want to get involved because, high-powered mafia families. I get it. So then they bring in this little guy, and look at the fear in his eyes. I mean, you can tell he knows his days are numbered.
Well, the question that begs to be asked now is, Carlisle, how are you so brave in standing up and speaking out against this?
Yeah.
I mean, aren't you afraid for your life?
That's, you should be properly calling him Don Punxsutawney. I mean, his first name is, you're just inviting to be murdered. But I mean, the first one sets up, there are no coincidences in rodent meteorology. Everybody knows that. So when the first one kicks it over there in Milltown, and then they bring in the other one to take the place, and the day he's supposed to perform, they find him dead in his burrow. Clearly,
it's almost like this news about this apparent Jean-Luc Brunel found dead in a prison cell, just like his friend Mr. Epstein.
Exactly. There are parallels here. There are parallels to be found.
Yeah, I don't want to make people do people's thinking for them, but you might want to look into it.
True. And here's the thing, you asked, how can I speak out? But, how can you not speak out?
Right.
How many more mammals do there need to be? I mean, we cannot allow groundhogs to just have to live in their stumps and, in terror and not be able to, achieve their dreams. Why should the Mel that come after Mel II not be allowed to embark upon a career in meteorology if they so choose?
Is there a Mel the Third, or are they now petrified? All the groundhogs in the New Jersey area are petrified to step into that role.
See, that's the thing. When you read the article, the Milltown Groundhog Day whole celebration thing had to be canceled, which obviously was Phil's plan. But they said in the article, no viable candidates could be found. So obviously, there were not a lot of groundhogs with meteorology skills willing to step forward and raise their little paw and be like, yeah, I'll be next. Because who wants to do that, right? With Phil sitting over there, tapping his little snaggy nails on his desk, just waiting for the next groundhog to step forward. I mean, and we can't allow this. Evil flourishes when good people stand by and do nothing. We have to uncover this.
I think Nate is starting another outreach team about this, focused on this topic.
Probably so.
Well, for once, I'm speechless. Carlisle, after 4 years of the after party, you finally made Jason and I sit here I don't know what to say next.
Well,
Where do you go with this?
I am just so glad that we had this opportunity, though, because, hashtag justice for Mel. No one else is brave enough to talk about it, but you guys have broken ground here, and you are willing to bring this story forward.
The next week's tap will be from an undisclosed location.
You'll be with Mel's family in the groundhog witness protection
I'm
program.
going to get plastic surgery and move to Estonia.
I'm going to pledge allegiance to Don Puxatani. I mean, that's simple as that. If people get knocked, their groundhogs get knocked off, I'm sure people will too.
Jason's wearing black on black. He figures I might as well join the mob.
Headed that way already. And this is coming from a lady who somehow knows the inner workings of the mafiosi in the northeast of the U.S. And has quite a few problems with small animals. And
I'm noticing a trend here. Yeah. We always seem to talk about small, fluffy animals, and sometimes a big one in the form of your big black lab, Brian.
Yes, I have to tell you, Jared. So Brian has actually had a name change because he went to daycare, and I signed him up as Brian. Took him in, was taking him in, dropping him off. Apparently, the girl that was walking him back to his room every day thought, for some reason, that his name was Steve. So she told the girl who was running the room he was in that his name was Steve. She was calling him Steve for 2 weeks. I had no idea. And one day, the girl walks him out to me, and she goes, "Bye, Steve." And Brian looks over his shoulder at her like, "Okay, see you, on Monday." And so, so now I've been calling him Steve because they call him Steve at daycare, and he answers to that.
So 2 weeks of Steve was enough to break him from Brian?
Apparently, yeah. So every once in a while, I'll refer to him as Brian, but he answers to Steve. It's the strangest thing. Maybe the same with Steve previously, and I didn't know.
Wow. I know you've told us how he was being trained to be a companion dog, but he was very lazy.
Oh, he had no motivation whatsoever. He did not want to work.
He didn't want to work.
No motivation. None whatsoever.
But he's so lazy, he'll just answer to any name.
Maybe it's that. You should rename him again. I feel like I've heard this in all seriousness, that it's better to give dogs names of 2 syllables. Like Steve, I don't see that for a dog. Like Brian, the 2,
right.
The first syllable gets their attention.
Fatso would be good.
Puxatani is probably a few too many syllables.
Well, and we don't even want to go there because how puzzled Phil's going to get. Like, we don't want to put Brian Steve on the list of Phil's hit list.
Brian Steve. Stevens is maybe. We can split the difference and call him Steven. So
see, when I get mad with him, I have been calling him Steven.
You get the 2 syllables again, Steven. Oh man! Again, dogs with human names are hysterical to me. We have a family dog named Henry.
Oh, that's a very cute name.
Yeah.
But not to wander too far off of Mel's story.
She's not letting this go, Jason.
Mel needs justice.
He needs justice.
Change the topic. Change the topic. I heard Netflix is doing a Sopranos type new series based on the Groundhog Mafia in the Northeast.
Something's happening. I don't know. I mean, it's very mysterious that these groundhogs keep getting knocked off right before they perform their meteorological activities.
It is totally not right. It's obviously sabotage and murder and potential
sabotage and murder.
Allegedly speaking, of course, allegedly, and I am the only one currently alleging those allegations. So just take that for what it's
You
worth.
heard it here first. This is yet another TAP exclusive. We've had many over the years.
Allegedly speaking, there are mafia ties here, but just alleged by me.
I'm surprised no one in the chat has yet accused us of beating a dead horse.
But that is what I wanted to talk about was Meltdown Mill's story, and I'm all broken up about it. It's very sad. 2 groundhogs. I mean, you saw the life in that groundhog's face. He was lively. He was healthy.
He was healthy.
He did look. That was a nice picture that Jason put up. He looked like a very healthy, just your quintessential groundhog.
Yes.
I think he had years to go, and now it's cut short.
Yeah, he looked spry and healthy in the prime of his life, really.
Really, I thought so too. All because of the black heart of Punxsutawney Phil.
I had no idea. I had no idea. I can't look at Groundhog Day the same way again.
I know.
That's from our on the ground journalist, Carlisle Cockatoo, who is in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, investigating the mafia links.
We go from HR bills to this. She covers it all, folks.
I cover it all.
One of our TAP correspondents.
And as a civil society, we cannot allow this kind of groundhog on groundhog violence to continue.
Well, if that slips, then basically we're on a quick slide into Armageddon.
Obviously. So
all social trust breaking down.
Yeah. So hashtag justice for Mel, and happy birthday.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you. She gets that in at the very end. It's like, by the way, guys, it's a nice little show you do here. See, Jason, he's actually trying to humble us. All these people come on for the last 2.5 hours and say, TAP, 4 years, congratulations. He's like, no. You guys don't get your heads too big.
Well,
we're going to talk about a groundhog for 20 minutes.
Mel only has one life, and it's gone.
It's
just
gone.
Saying.
Actually, Mel and Mel too.
Mel and Mel too.
2 lives.
Yeah.
2 Mels.
2 lives lost.
And now no other Mels want to step forward. And that's mightily understandable. Thank you for coming on and sharing our birthday.
Have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Carlisle. Nice speaking with you.
Bye-bye, young lady.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Let's bring on another champion after that news breaking story.
It was quite fascinating. It's a real thing. I put that link in the chat. It's a real thing.
Very strange. I mean, there. Who knows? There may be something there. The poor folks in Jersey are everyone of their groundhogs they try to put forward to compete with Phil. Kicks it mysteriously. They I don't know what do they find in their bed? Not a horse head. But a dead groundhog. But we go north to the great one and only Mr. V, ladies and gentlemen. There he is. You are muted currently, brother. It is magnificent to have you on. And everyone knows that Mr. V is sort of organizing, orchestrating the Going Free clubs. And he's been doing such a fantastic job. He involves himself, a labor of love, always out there. And making it happen in service to White Wellbeing. Could not be prouder of him. Thank you so much, brother, for joining us on this 4th birthday anniversary of the after party. And if you can unmute, then we'd love to hear what you have to say, what's going on up there in Canada.
Hello, gentlemen. I find it very strange that Miss Carlisle come into my house on the day of the after party's birthday.
I'm breaking into a cold sweat.
Ask me to stop a groundhog war for money.
Well done, brother. Well done. So what's going on?
Now I'm freaked out, Carlisle. Now I feel like I'm not going to wake up tomorrow. just remember, Carlisle was a guest. We didn't know what she was going to talk about.
That's right. She was a guest.
Right. Well, that one needs some improvement. I just finished eating the 2 large blackberries that I had to use to do that voice.
Your cheeks, that's great.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, he used the cotton balls. That's my favorite movie. It's a masterpiece.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, very in tune with our people's biospirit. But thank you so much, gentlemen, for the kind intro and happy birthday. What a tremendous show. One of the best shows that will ever exist in the White Positive sphere.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. And thanks for being a part of it. Just like everyone who's been on tonight, I've been reminding our listeners at intervals, you go to the afterparty.tv, or of course here on Jason's YouTube channel or his Odyssey channel, and find all these people, their past episodes, if you really want to dig into them. We had a fascinating conversation with Mr. V a few months ago. You could type in his name on the afterparty.tv. We have a nice search feature on the site. And how have you been since we spoke? What was it, back in autumn? I think it was a few months ago.
Yeah, it was a few months ago. Not that long ago. I've been well. It's been a blast. Working on the GFC, working on other things for well-being behind the scenes. This year, at the start of New Year's, because of everything that you gentlemen are doing, everything that's going on in the white positive sphere, seeing some changes, positive changes that indicate that we're headed in a more professional, more intelligent direction. I'm very positive about this year. Very, very positive. I think it's going to be a great year.
I agree. Yeah, you gave us a fascinating account of, coming from Portugal, moving to Canada, the differences and similarities between two Western cultures. We were speaking, I don't know if you were listening any earlier, but we spoke to our Canadian friend Loralee about what's going on there at the moment. And what kind of things are you hearing and seeing in your circles and the people you talk to? How are they processing what's going on? As we were discussing, it's not every day that you see a kind of civil uprising in Canada. It takes a lot to get Canadians riled up.
Absolutely. And, Canadians react and they resist in the most peaceful, friendliest way. I mean, there were children with playing in bouncy castles, people, grilling and talking. And what happened? The anti-white regime showed its hand. So that is how people in our circles are, those that I talk to are understanding it, that they made a huge mistake by revealing it. More Canadians are starting to notice it. I spoke with two friends of mine who were on the ground, and they talked about how the kind of the demands were very, for lack of a better term, undeveloped. It was, all about these abstractions, as we would say, freedom, etc., but nothing concrete. There was no one pushing them in our direction. Yet you will see signs with people saying things like, "I'm not a racist, Nazi, etc. I'm a Canadian patriot," or something like that. So they're using anti-white slurs against our people. So what started as, people kind of having an undeveloped, shallow demand for freedom that was very undefined, is slowly becoming more refined because of the way the system is attacking them. The system has, the anti-white regime has created the opportunity for us to show our people that it is an anti-white regime. Of course, majority of these protests, etc., are well up into the 90% European. So we have a very good opportunity. People are starting to wake up and realize this is unprecedented. I mean, unleashing this, I'm calling it the Tyrants Act, not the Emergencies Act. The Tyrants Act, that's really what it is. If Canadians don't wake up now, then when? But we're all thinking it's very positive because it's a very peaceful people, and they're not even allowed to resist peacefully. Even that is denied to them. And Trudeau, of course, Justine, as Mr. Köhne calls that creature, will not come to the table and negotiate at all. It is basically saying, you are not Canadians. That is what that creature is saying to our people.
Yeah, rather than try to have some kind of dialogue with a sizable portion of your own citizenry, it's, no, I'm just going to try to steamroll over you. I mean, yeah, that just shows the regard and the fact that these leaders have been installed. There's not an organic connection to the people. There's, as we have noted for a long time, and people like us and associated with us, it's there's no continuation. There's no connection between the people who are in positions of power and the actual people of the nation. That's the situation we find ourselves in most Western countries. And one of the many things that we see, praying for it being as peaceful as it can be, things shifting over our lifetime and this time of transition that we're living in, because that's untenable. There's always going to be leadership is in some cases going to might bring out the worst in certain people. It might attract certain personality types, but to have such an unprecedented and unequivocal, there's no real even gray area situation where in all of our nations, in all of our countries, the leadership class is acting against its own people. I mean, it's as you said, it's very in that regard as well. It's an unprecedented situation, but it is heartening. We like to focus on the positive, and it is heartening to see the groundswell of people who want their freedom, and it having this ripple effect where other people are being woken up by it.
Yeah,
absolutely, and it's showing that Canadians have fortitude and courage. That this really this anti-white MP about Canadians being passive, that's not true. These are good people. They've just been browbeaten and white guilted. That's all that it is. You remove the anti-whiteism, and what's underneath there is a frost giant. It's an enormous country. These people are they're solid people. They just need to have the anti-whiteism removed, because people don't understand how awfully browbeaten Canadians are, how much their identity has been removed from them, how much they've been tortured, how much the ethnogenesis that was denied to them is remains incomplete. It's very unfortunate. But yes, we're focusing on the positive.
We spoke about that. We spoke about that a bit when you were on.
Yeah, and this is so good. I'm so glad that that clown Justine. People are finally seeing that. Look at that. This is a tyrant, and it is up to us to kindle in our people the desire for the benevolent leader, the one who walks among the people, the one who in the past would go off into the battlefield with the people, who didn't worry about who he was seen with, who didn't worry about just spending time with the snobs or the wealthy classes, who would walk among with the men of his people regardless of class. The true king. We can bring that back.
Yeah. The one who goes in first. Exactly. It is actually very heartening to hear that the people in your life are all seeing this for what it is.
Yeah, a lot of people, mainly those that I talk to, are people in the white sympathetic sphere or the white positive sphere, but we're all seeing and we're all talking to each other about what we all see in our lives and family and friends, and people are taking notice. They're taking notice that the regime has revealed its hand, and it's now our time to make full use of it and explain to our people exactly what is happening, exactly what's going on. We can't let this pass. Same thing with Waukesha. We couldn't let Waukesha pass. We can't let this pass. They're arresting truckers. They already froze their bank accounts. It's full tyranny. Tyranny.
That is full tyranny.
Well,
and then they just, sorry, Jared. I just saw this little bit about the news report about them adding the funding, collective funding to the terrorist laws that the anti-whites already have on the books. So it in effect then making an act of funding the truckers an act of terrorism. I mean, I was, and I don't know if this is accurate, of course, ask CNN. So this was a news report, perhaps on another channel that wasn't CNN or another source. But This is where the anti-white really reveals how monstrous, how villainous, how evil, how much of just a raw beast, tyrannical beast that it is. Because the moment that the anti-whiteism, by way of news and entertainment media, Lifetime, education, etc., the moment that the manipulation doesn't yield them the anti-white outcome they want, it is straight to the cudgel. It is straight to the rifle. It is straight to the handcuffs. It is straight to the brute force in your face. And that, some folks will say, and it just depends on whether or not that is a good thing. It can be a good thing, or it can be a very bad thing. It can be a good thing if we are able to empower these people with our story so that we can reclaim our destiny. If let's just say, for argument's sake, that we in our great country of Canada, we take back some bit of power from who are clearly a group of anti-whites, all you will end up with is more anti-whiteism, because you have people living in the anti-white narrative. That's all they can give then. They will be fawning over themselves, trying to prove how anti-white they are, because that's the anti-white narrative that we grow up with in all of our countries. So if you are afflicted with the idea that the anti-white narrative's morality, that anti-white morality is morality, then what do you think you're going to get out the other end? It doesn't matter if they redesign a flag or if they have a new political party, or none of that matters. You're dealing with animals, whether we have a soul or not. Obviously the majority of us think we do, but we're in animal bodies. And when you're dealing with an animal and you have a context and you have in effect the learning mechanism by way of course education, but also biology and therefore instinctual behavior, when you have these things in a context, you get outcomes. And this is how the anti-whites operate. You get outcomes that are expected and then are used by those who are smart enough to use those outcomes. We can only, I guess, transform this into something very powerful if we are able to get to as many of these wonderful people as possible and give them the new concepts that will empower them in their lives. And even though many of them won't know it, they'll begin writing that story that is our story of heroes, our book of heroes, rather than in the anti-white narrative where they just spit back the anti-white morality, the mean pathogens, and just like a parrot does, and we end up in the same place where we began. These lives are worth more than that. And I was furious when I saw that on the news, that this is how they are ending up behaving. You have a country on the move, and the anti-white oligarchs, they're just like, arrest them all. Well, as I say, that can be a very good thing, but only if we empower our brothers and sisters in our wonderful country of Canada with the method Go Free that will enable them to do exactly that and recapture our destiny. We're so happy that we have a genius, champion, warrior, poet, creator, organizer, thinker in Mr. V up there, who is doing the Lord's work and putting an end to this anti-whiteism. Any thoughts, Mr. V, on what I had to say, and then we'll get from Jared what he was going to say, and then we're going to have you give us your final thoughts and where folks can find you, and we'll talk to you again tomorrow, probably.
Yes, I'll be calling in, giving updates about the various GFCs, and I will briefly. I'll mention just the newest one. So we're adding more GFCs all the time. It's really great. But yeah, brother, this is what they are. This is how they reveal themselves. Anti-whiteism and psychopathy, they go hand in hand. Anti-whiteism and tyranny, they go hand in hand. Anti-whiteism and various evils go hand in hand. How many times must we catch one of these vile anti-whites in positions of power who is a pedophile or a rapist or a tyrant like Justine, stealing the people's wealth, parasiting off of our people. How many times anti-whiteism is connected to a whole host of evils. And yeah, you're 100% right, brother. This is why people shouldn't. Yes, demographics are important, but the health of the people truly matters, because if we had 100% European demographics in Canada and the people were still poisoned with anti-whiteism, they would just recreate white erasure all over again and anti-white conditions all over again.
Yep.
That's what would happen. So we have to cleanse ourselves. We have to clean our biospirit, make it pristine again so that all that it reflects is light.
Amen for that, brother. God bless you, man. Thank you for showing up to our 4th birthday. Jared, you have something you wanted to ask?
No, Mr. V already answered. I was just going to ask if you had a quick thing to tell us about what is in store over the next few months with the Going Free clubs, but you just briefly mentioned that things are growing, and I guess you will give us the updates as things roll out.
Yes, and to that, at least how I'm envisioning the next months will be recruitment, vetting GFC leaders, getting everyone on the same page, making sure everyone has a tight vetting protocol that differs while having some of the same key principles in it. So we all have different vetting protocols, but the principles that we use are all the same. Some of the questions, etc., might be worded a little differently, but they're all getting to things that we must be aware of. We want to really hone in and have lots of cooperation between GFCs so we can send applicants to each other. Applicants of different GFCs who are thoroughly vetted can then coordinate with each other. We can create business opportunities. We can create communities, because this is the problem that we have to solve, is the atomization of our people. There are no friendships. If you look at the stats for millennials and friendships, people are without friends.
Yeah.
Most people now meet a man or woman online. That's really no way to meet a potential mate. In the past, most people would meet someone through their social network, family or friends, or whatever religion they practiced, or coworkers, etc. But mainly family and friends. With GFCs, we can get that back. We can get our communities back, and we can also stop being online so much, because being online so much creates people who are low in attention span, people who are, quite frankly, rude to each other. It's dehumanizing in a way.
Yeah.
You miss that kind of person-to-person interaction. GFCs are all about recapturing our destiny, building community. You don't have to give your first name at all. I don't want to know your name. I don't care. I do not want to know your name. Go with whatever pseudonym you want. The vetting is not to probe. It is not to violate your privacy in any way. It is simply to know that you are not an anti-white subversive, that you are going free, that you care about white well-being, and that you are dedicated to working for white well-being. And by you going through the vetting, it's for your safety and the safety of others. You go through the vetting, that means that everyone else that you interact with can trust you more. The trust is what we need. Building the bonds, that is the currency that we are going to use. People will not build relationships, businesses, organizations, projects, operations, unless they trust each other. The vetting is for safety. It's for making sure that we're all on the same page. It's for all that. So that's what's coming up for GFCs, getting all the GFC leaders to be on the same page about vetting, about using safe platforms, about recruiting, because that's an issue we have to solve. We need more people to join. So if you're listening to this, please join a GFC. Keep up with the Going Free streams. I'll be calling in whenever possible to give you the emails, tell you how to reach each GFC, where it's located, who is the head of that GFC, et cetera, et cetera. Very simple process. It's very easy to enter. You just have to be dedicated, go through the vetting process of that specific GFC. Again, it varies from GFC to GFC, but it isn't just a chat room. It isn't just an online chat room. It's for us to build community, to get together, to engage in all sorts of projects, to do the Go Free practice, and create something truly, truly great.
Brother, I'm so proud and excited. And we'll talk to you more about this. Thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you for showing up here today for our 4th birthday.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. V, for everything you're doing. What you just explained sounds magnificent. And I'm sure we'll talk soon.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's always a pleasure speaking with you. I truly appreciate the invitation. It's an honor. This is really an honor. Can't explain that enough. Thank you so much. Have a great night. Happy birthday and Promethean Hails.
All right, brother. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Wow, that was great. Come on, Mr. V. Doesn't get much better than that. But we're going to try with the one and only Miss Karissa. How are you doing, dear sister?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Great. Thank you so much for coming on with us for our birthday.
No, thank you so much for inviting me, and happy birthday.
Thank you.
We're the show's 4, and we've been trying all night to figure out what that means in non-internet years. There's been a variety of theories going as far up as 80. That sounds like a long ass time. That might be a little too generous. That was lovely Porridge from Australia said that.
Yeah.
But thank you for staying up with us. Are the kids little enough where they're already all in bed?
Yeah, it was cutting pretty short. I think it was like 8:50 when I came out, and I was like, oh, good. I can make it. So it worked out that you know.
Yeah, we're a little
the time frame. Yeah,
it worked out.
It worked out fine. But we're hosting a Charming of the Plow event tomorrow. So I have a lot to do tonight anyway, so I will be up late. So it worked out fine.
Tell us a little bit about that. Is that like for spring coming up and?
Correct. It's so in the Asa True Faith, it's we're hosting an event, and it's just where our kindred will come here, but we'll do a bloat and an offering to the gods, essentially just to offer well wishes for the season that will be coming up with spring, for crops that to be planted. Traditionally, the ancestors would offer. I'm gonna make a cake for multiple things, but also one for the kids to decorate, to give us an offering for a good harvest and a good season to come with our planting and everything. So the ancestors would traditionally give an offering to have a blessing of the tools, a blessing of the soil and everything, for a good blessing the plow as well, like where Charming of the Plow would come from. For a good growing season, exactly.
Well, that's it's kind of appropriate where we're about to start a new year of TAP, and then I like that you're explaining what you're doing. You're preparing for all this tonight. Seems kind of serendipitous in a way.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Just getting a feast together, and you know how us ladies are, getting the house ready and orderly and all of that.
We
stuff for the
appreciate
kids to
that.
do and everything. So yeah.
So you'll be up late tonight baking those cakes?
Yeah, I'm making a sourdough. Also my son and another child in the kindred have the same birthday in February, so we're kind of going to celebrate that. But I'm going to do a small alternate cake for the offering. But I'm making a sourdough chocolate cake with like a buttercream, cheese frosting, and I'm going to put some fruit on it. And so it'll be a lot of fun. And then I'll let the kids do their own thing with just nuts and raisins and fruits and seeds and stuff like that. So I think it'll be fun for the kids to do as well.
That sounds good. And now that you said that, you reminded me, when you were on Thanksgiving, didn't we talk about the fact that the stuffing you made is sourdough? You're very into sourdough, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's just a very
healthier way to eat bread. Yeah.
Correct, and it's just the way our ancestors, prepared, when it came to souring and soaking your grains and sprouting them and everything. So it's a very versatile thing in the kitchen you can do too. I mean, you don't have to worry about certain ingredients if you were making, with yeast and other things. It's a wild yeast you're working with, and it just gives it a very, very depth of flavor as well.
It's more alive.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know you can make chocolate cakes with it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No.
The
Yeah.
flour.
Yeah. Absolutely. You just mix the sourdough and then some flour and water and let it sit for a while. I started that this morning, and then tonight I'll add more. Your eggs and baking soda and cocoa powder and all of that to just make a really yummy cake.
You're making me hungry, but
I know I'm feeling the same way. Well, this is
Yeah.
gonna meet. I mean, we here we are. Just exactly. I was thinking the exact same thing. You were, Jared. That here we are looking at another year and ahead of us, and wanting our own blessings, and that we've kind of, Jared, haven't we sort of like bungeed in to all of our guests' lives today, and I feel like
yes,
kind of bungeed in here to Karissa's warm home. I don't know if there's a fire going, but it feels like there is. And then these aromas are in the air. Cooking's being done. The festival is coming. This couldn't be better. Thank you so much for sharing this. So what exactly? I mean, Jared was asking you about the purposes. What all will people have? Will they bring? And what kind of thing can you share with us about that process? I mean, we're both pretty ignorant of it, I think.
Well, we usually, the host will provide more the larger meal, the meat. Like I'm doing a slow cooked pulled pork, and I have some meatballs that I'm going to make, and then just some more kid friendly. I'm going to make little like fruit kebabs for the kids and other things. And other people are bringing various types of cold salads to go along with the pulled pork, and I usually have a craft too. I'll do for the kids. Like I'm gonna have a rune and make homemade Play-Doh, and they can fill in the rune with some homemade Play-Doh and do that. And then of course we'll have the cake decorating and everything. We usually always exchange some gifts too. Like we make it very family kid orientated as well. So I've got some goodies for the kids, and usually all the other mothers bring a little something for all the kids. So it's a lot of fun. We'll probably have a fire outside and do bloat, and it's just a time for us all to really get together, get the kids together and do that, because we all live very, people are driving distances and everything, and it's our first time hosting at our house as well, because we live the farthest out of everybody. But it was just a good time for us to be able to host, so we're excited to do that as well.
Well, let me say too, the fact that you have this busy night ahead of you makes us even more appreciative that you're giving us a few minutes right now. So thank you for that. And
yeah, absolutely.
As I just said in the chat, because we have new people kind of cycle through at times. I've seen in the chat a few people say they're relatively new. Karissa here has been on, just like everyone tonight, of course. I'm always telling people to look back through the archives on Jason's No White Guilt channels on Odyssey or YouTube, or our website, theafterparty.tv. But anyone in particular, young families or people looking to start families who are interested in that lifestyle of homeschooling, gardening, farming, and folk ways, and kind of bringing back those traditions, a lifestyle that's very connected to natural, connected to the earth. Karissa here and her friend Sarah, who's also been on our show, they do the Hearth and Helm podcast together. They are both great resources for all of that. So I just want to make sure that is on the record, and especially talking to anyone who might not know that. If you're interested in learning more about that, check out what Karissa is doing along with Sarah, who would have been here tonight, but schedule didn't allow.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I know. Sarah and I discussed that earlier. But we kind of took an unintended hiatus with Hearth and Helm, just both being very busy last year. We did not do as much in terms of getting videos or streaming as we would have liked. And this year we've made a commitment to a certain amount that we'd like to get out and anything extra. So we've done really well so far. We had a really great last video that came out on the importance of being intentional and just really, I mean, the whole episode is surrounded around that, but we talked about a lot of various topics with being intentional in the home, homeschooling, child rearing, and talked about some truth seeking as well, as that's a very important thing with being intentional. And it was a really great stream, and I'm happy to be kind of back on the horse with Hearth and Helm, with Sarah and everything, and just really we're putting a lot of work into that. So yeah, thank you for touching upon that.
Yeah, I encourage people to check out what you've already done, the back catalog. And are you still doing the skincare?
I just got kind of busy with that. I would like to get back into that, but especially now with the growing season upon us, getting different herbs and more herbs out in the garden and everything. So I really want it to be, hand-picked herbs from my backyard, not necessarily getting bulk or anything like that. So I will get back into that. I still, if somebody messages me with a custom type thing, I'll do that. But motherhood always comes first. And so that it can be difficult sometimes to juggle both a little side hustle like that and the homemaking and motherhood and everything. So when it allows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like we've been saying all night. It's amazing to see the different things people do, and you've already done a great service in just sharing the information and being a model of that kind of lifestyle. And then when you can, having these natural skincare products that you make yourself and ship out, it's just everybody's doing something. It's amazing, and that's, as we've been saying all night, like the show we do here. This is just one little meeting place, but it's really about, this is a celebration for everybody, because it's all of these amazing things, these projects and initiatives that we keep hearing about and everyone's doing, and the way it synergizes. People are partnering with each other for different things or bringing their talents together. That's the real celebration. It's not just about, it started this way because we were curious to interview people and learn some things, and speaking for myself, kind of throw my hat into this and just kind of see where it went. But this isn't just a podcast where we just talk crap online and try to collect super chats because we're making fun of people or telling bad news stories. It's just very inspiring to hear what everyone's up to and get these little windows into people's lives, like Jason was saying. It has been very cool tonight to kind of, because it's this format where we talk to a lot of people in one night, we got to check in with all of our friends and people that mean something to us. So thank you for being part of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I appreciate being asked to come on. Truly an honor to be a part of it and everything. And I love what you guys are doing, and what, like you said, there's such a huge community that is formed, and it's important for us all to support one another. I truly believe that for the most part, you could transform your home into supporting people that are of similar interest and similar ideals of what they would like to see happen. And it's important for us to do that, and all the work that goes into it, have it be, like you said, doing a podcast or streaming. There's a lot of work that goes into that, and just the crafts that people do and everything that people are putting into this movement is amazing. And it's important for us all to support one another.
Absolutely.
Without question. And we're going to have you back soon. We want to talk with you more. We've been gone too long, so we'll have you back very soon. And you're a joy to have on. Is there anything you want to leave the folks with? Anything that specifically coming up, a channel or anything like that, with your final thoughts?
Our next stream with Hearth and Helm, we are planning to record next weekend, and it will be on a beginning of homesteading as a big topic, and just getting started off with that, which is pertinent to just the season and everything. So people can check that out.
Nice.
Hearth and Helm is on most of all the social media platforms, but Telegram is the one that we are most active on. So that's probably the place to follow us on everything that we do and share. And it's just, I don't know, Telegram's kind of the place to be, I think. So, yeah, to check us out on there.
Yeah, well, after you do that episode, and if you have any others coming up, you're not out of place because we know you and you've been on. Like, if there's a particularly good time for you and Sarah, message me. You don't even have to wait for us to say like, oh, are you available next week? Like, you're both busy moms and you have your families. If you both know there's a good time, let us know. And if we don't have a guest scheduled yet that week, we'd be happy to have you on. We'd love to speak to both of you soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Sarah and I could certainly coordinate something like that.
Yeah, especially with spring coming up, and it'll be very relevant to talk about, especially for the people out there who want to hear about the kind of lifestyle that you and Sarah live and learn more about it. It'll be good timing for it.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, good luck with the blessing. It's the blessing of the plow tomorrow.
Yes.
Is that?
Well, charming of the plow, but yes, it's a blessing of all of that. Yeah.
I feel like I was getting something wrong. Charming of the plow. Okay. Charming. Well, have fun with the baking. I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun, and I hope it's not too busy hosting. I know it's always a juggling act when people come over to your own home. But good luck with that. I'm sure it'll be great.
It's always fun, and thank you, gentlemen, again. Have a great night.
You too. Thank you for coming to our birthday.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
All the best to you and your family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right, Jared, we've got the one of the best for last, Nathan. Now, with Nathan, folks, I am going to be calling him. He's having some internet challenges, bandwidth a little thin, and so I'll be calling him on Skype, and he'll be hearing my voice now that I'll be calling him on Skype. He'll be getting ready for that. Now, I don't think he will be able to hear Jared George. So, Jared, if you have any questions for him while we are with him,
I'll relay them to you.
I will communicate it to him.
So, Nathan, lines, folks.
Yes, here we go.
Now we're getting a little later on a Saturday night, so it's like love. It's like love lines. We're opening up the love lines, everybody.
Let's see.
Get in your questions about romance, well-being.
Nathan, can you hear me?
I can.
There he is.
Happy birthday, Jason.
Thank
How old
you.
Are you guys today? 4 years old?
We are
you
4.
Guys sure grow up quick. Well, I figured in honor and celebration of this momentous occasion, I would prepare a little something special for you guys.
All right.
So without further ado, I'll get into it. This is your birthday song. It isn't very long. That's all I got. I figure, with licks like that, though, maybe I could be like the next, like comedies or
you on your way.
ForNull, or maybe I could give that Prometheus rock opera that's coming out a good run for its money. We'll see, though. I haven't made any intentional advances on my musical career yet.
Tell them we'll have a lot of agents calling soon.
Where does the time go? It's been a busy year, man. I figure we'll start off with a little bit of an amusing anecdote about internet bandwidth, and then we can talk about some of the projects that are going on. You guys might get a kick out of this.
All right. Go for it, brother.
So, as you know, I've been working with Errific for a while. We got the outreach team running, got legs under that. We started branching out into doing Westman Media. You can find us on Odyssey, right?
Right.
So Nate and I, we get into it. We do a little show called Look at This Jackass, where we run over the news and talk about all the anti-white scumbags in the news and how the media is spinning it and all that. And the last episode we recorded, I was having some bandwidth issues. We're down here in the Southwest. It's springtime. The wind picks up. It kicks dust everywhere.
Oh.
Your connection drops. It doesn't happen. So I'm in the stream, and he's turning into a robot, right?
Oh.
And I'm trying to listen what he's saying so I can formulate my remark to respond to it. And he's telling me this story, I guess, about how California got the name of its state. And I'm not following him at all. It's just a jarbled mess.
Oh.
But I'm picking out these little key words, right?
Yeah.
Like non-white matriarchal utopia became the name for California. And, yeah, you know, it was something totally ridiculous. Now, I don't know how true it is, Jason, but I'm sure that CNN will give you the facts. You can trust them.
Yes.
Good news right there.
Yes.
And it gets to me, and Nate asked me, "Oh, what do you think about all that, Nate?" And I'm just like, "Oh, yeah, dude. Considering the absolutely insane anti-whiteism in the world, I wouldn't be surprised if that were true." And he's like, "Yeah, you're right." And we let it lie, and we get to the end, and I'm like, "You know, I didn't catch a word of what you were saying, right?" He didn't know.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, if you're talking about something bad, you could just say anti-whiteism the cause. I mean, you're going to be right to some degree.
99.9% of the time, every time.
That's right.
Yeah, so I thought that'd be a fun little amusing anecdote to share with you guys. So yeah, let's get into some exciting things that are happening in the world. As you guys know, obviously, we do the outreach team.
Yeah.
And I would be neglecting my duties if I did not ask the wonderful and lovely people of this chat to consider contacting us and getting involved. Guys, you don't need a lot of time, you know, maybe 10, 20 minutes a day. If you can't comment one day, you can just throw some likes on something or maybe repost something.
Yeah.
We organize, we get the message concise, we amplify, and we spread. And it's been having ripples. We just went on Breitbart today. Somebody ran a daily campaign, and right there in the headline on the article, anti-white in big old letters.
Nice.
They're listening.
Yep.
They're picking it up.
Yep.
It's getting out there. And with spring coming on and, you know, the snow melting and the weather warming and people getting back to, you know, more active times in their daily lives and whatnot, you know, we could use the extra help. You know, spring comes around, you got to spring clean or fix the shed or repair the car, what have you. So, yeah, if you have 10 minutes a day, give us an email. You can find us at whitewellbeingoutreachteam.com. That's a good place to start. And if you join the outreach team, you won't just necessarily have your hands in you know, giving likes to people. We've got our hands in everything, Jason.
Yeah.
You know, we're making memes. We're doing news. We're doing discussions of news articles. We're even trying to gear up for entertainment.
Nice.
And I'm sure Nate Errific probably informed you a little bit about that.
Yeah.
Ask Nate if he's doing any of the entertainment because he's great on the mic.
Distributed for, you know, just some easy listening for the folks out there. I've been writing up a storm these last few days. I actually got picked up by the White People's Quarterly, bro. So that's kind of exciting.
Wow, that is awesome.
Yeah. Let me give you my best trailer voice.
All right.
In the small town of the village Elbarrow, the wellspring of vitality that sustained it has been poisoned. Coming this White People's Quarterly, a tale of heroism, intrigue, adventure, and danger. Can these plucky underdogs save the very village that gives them life? Find out in the Age of Aquarius.
Nice. Bravo. Bravo.
Yeah, it's something light, you know, something fluffy, something short. You can read a chapter, put it down, go on to the next one later, you know, stew on it a bit. I'll probably be sending them chapter by chapter and getting it out there. So that's kind of exciting. Working on getting into the Bazaarchives. I'm sure you're probably familiar with Dave Martell and the Bazaarchives. They do kind of a pulp fiction deal,
right?
You know, writing pulpy magazine stories about action heroes slaying monsters and saving the babe. So we've been trying to do that. And one thing I found is that, you know, we're white men.
Yeah.
And the world of entertainment has long since stopped, you know, addressing what we're interested in. We're men of action by nature, you know. We dig ditches, we fix cars, we build houses, we make Western civilization.
Yeah.
And they've left that all in the dust. You go pick up a book these days that's supposed to be, you know, in line with your audience, and it's snarky Seattleites gazing at their navels over moral quandaries.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to read that.
Exactly.
So I've been undertaking this effort to try and write action, man. And I tell you, like, it's really hard to translate the written word into compelling motion in the mind.
Yeah.
So that's kind of been an interesting and fun struggle for me to deal with. But we'll see what Mr. Martell says. I won't be in the 4th edition. He's already lined up his authors for that. But hopefully come the 5th, I'll have submitted something that he's taken a shine to, and maybe I'll get some publication going on there. So getting the ball rolling on that front. What else? I'm sure there's some other goodies in my life I could gush about.
You have
How about you, Jason? What's going on with you? You're 4 years old today. How's it treating you?
Brother, you are a force of nature, and we are.
I try, man. You know, it's hard. You know, you're balancing life and what you do and all of this, but you know, you do what you can when you can, and that's what you got, man.
Yeah, precisely.
You know?
Are you, just to make sure, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I hear you fine.
Good, because I got that different mic there. The other one's down in my little hut that I made where I'll be recording the audiobook of Prometheus Rise. It's one of the things I've been doing. But
you've got a magnificent narrative voice, by the way, bro. You know, you do a good job at that. I wish I could strike that resonant and somber tenor that compels the actual.
But listen, man, Jared and I, since you won't be able to hear Jared George because it clips him as soon as he begins to talk, for the reason that we're running two of those programs at the same time. But he and I were talking in the background about how impressed we are with you, and I've been impressed with you for a very long time. And Jared actually had a couple of questions. He wanted me to ask, have you done entertainment? Because you have a great mix on the mic and a great mic.
I've done a lot of busking. For a long time, music was my biggest hobby. I played guitar, albeit not the best, but I could play it enough to where it was, you know, something that was relatively pleasing to the ear. And I would sing songs, you know. I love busking. You go out on the town, you go out, you play some music for some random passerbys, you meet interesting people. It's a very European thing. It's inspired by, you know, old bardicism, or what would you call it? You know what I mean.
Right.
You know, we have these bardic characters in mythos who would go town to town and they would deliver these tales of epic poetry, or, you know,
right.
sing songs, play music, and it was a respected thing, you know.
Yeah.
Busking in the States is a bit of a different animal, but I understand it's still very much alive and well in Europe. I would attribute that to probably the white erasure here in the States.
Yeah.
I feel like going out in a public and putting your art on display for the general masses is a very, very European thing. We want that creativity. We want that drive and that impetus to put it out there. And so bringing it back, man.
I love it.
In one way or another.
I love it.
I did have a lot of very artistic roots growing up. My father, a brilliant artist. You know, if one day I could even be a fraction as skilled as he is, I would be quite happy with myself.
Wow.
And he put a lot of emphasis on that. You know, he would paint people's houses or do their portraits, and they were always gorgeous. Cool. They were always on point. And he would talk circles of music theory at me that my adolescent brain couldn't comprehend until one day it clicked. So there's that big background there. You know, it was a drive. It was something that was held as a value in our household.
Well, we are going to have to, without question, have you on tap, and we'll have a whole episode and to follow up soon, because this is amazing. And folks, Nathan here has done so many fantastic things in service to White Wellbeing. He really is a phenomenon, and we're so very glad to have you. Mr. George has said, based on your birthday song rendition, he said his agent will be calling you soon. That's what
I look forward to hearing from him. We'll work out that record deal. We'll get it dropped by the end of the year. It'll be great.
It will be
Everybody,
great.
You look forward to that first track. You'll get that birthday song, you know, on vinyl, laserdisc, whatever.
Well, listen, this is the thing. Before we let you go and get your final thoughts and where you want to direct folks to, again, I know you want the the outreach team, folks, and this is the thing that you really have to understand. Going free is a practice. It's a method, and you improve yourself physically, mentally, spiritually as you engage in this practice, engage in this method. Just like when you work out, you get into better shape. When you eat right, you get healthier. And the next evolution of this, of course, is as you are improving yourself, you improve those around you. And the evolution of that, folks, you see how this works? The evolution of that is people coming together to improve each other and to improve those around them. And the evolution of that is groups or clubs that then form to be able to go out into the world and to begin seeding things like the 5 key concepts into conversations that are taking place in people's live chats, on people's threads, on people's blogs. Folks who are going free individually and going out there in just like, how can I say, seeds, rose seeds or something, if you will. So wildflower seeds, or they're going out into the world. And in addition to individually, sometimes they're pairing up with buddies and doing this, but you also have the outreach team who coordinates a team of people. They need your help. They are changing the world. You look out into the world today, folks, and you say, I see anti-white. I see anti-whiteism by being talked about by a guy who puts it up, the definition up on the screen for nearly 2 million subscribers, who then influences other big time content creators and then ends up influencing many millions more. You don't necessarily have to understand how the concepts you use create the story you're in, and the story you're in determines the conclusion that you will have to live through. You don't have to understand that. You just have to see that it works. You just have to see that it works in your life. You just have to see that now you look everywhere, and coming back at us, even from our own victimizers, is the language that undermines them. That is because these champions, lawfully, morally, in secrecy where they have to protect themselves, to protect their families, to protect their income, etc., they are able to use this stuff and change the world, and they're having a damn good time doing it, as you can hear from Nate right here, having a damn good time doing it. No, people aren't getting arrested. People aren't losing their livelihoods. People aren't getting thrown under the bus. This is how you change the world. If you want to make a big difference in your life, lives of your family, the lives of our community, our people as a whole, Western kind around planet Earth, you want to have fun. You want to get involved in the service of white well-being as soon as you possibly can. And one of the ways to do that is to get involved with this charismatic, wonderful, talented individual and so many others who, unfortunately, we can't name them all, but so many wonderful folks. Please, Nate, your final thoughts and where you'd like to direct people one more time.
Absolutely. My final thoughts is that you, the listener, are the MVP. We can't do this enterprise without you. When we come together, we can do anything because we're goddamn men of the West.
That's right.
Nothing can stop us. And if you want to take it to the next level, yes, come through. Contact us. Email us, whitewellbeingoutreachteam.com. That's a great way to get a hold of us. If you're good at memes, we got a meme lab. If you want to find out where the Going Free clubs are, we've got some information on that as well. If you want to participate in article or YouTube or Twitter or Gab, what have you, we do it all. We do it all. We're even looking for new ways to go and reach new people, untapped audiences. And on the subject of untapped audiences, I'll say this. I don't care what your hobbies or interests are, whether you like movies or games or books or television or sports or what have you. There's anti-whiteism in it all.
That's right.
And you will find amenable people to white well-being involved in all of these things.
Yeah.
So whenever you see it in your daily life, speak up. Do it.
Yeah.
And that's my final thoughts.
God bless you, man. Thank you for showing up for our birthday and everything you do in service to white well-being. We will have you
Happy
on
birthday.
tap soon. Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
All right. Bye-bye. Wow.
Good energy.
Believe that.
Yeah, I was curious if I have to ask him next time we speak, if in the upcoming entertainment that they're working on, that he'll be participating in that, because he's very good on the mic, and I can see him being involved in some entertainment projects.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was just that was remarkable. It's great because people get to see that we get to see our successes, and it's getting to the point where you I mean, it's been at the point, I think, for a very long time. But I mean, I think even the most denial sick folks who are out there and trying to say, no, we have to do things this other, and more power to the folks who want to go a different direction and they think it's the way to go. Please be safe, and please don't tell people to do things that are going to ruin their lives, that you know what those things are. But you can look at the way that we are changing our own lives, the way that we are changing the lives of the people who orbit into the white positivity that we share here, and the great folks that we talk to on tap, the great community that we've engendered, and the fun that we have in the midst of doing. I mean, it seems absolutely insane to want to go another direction. These Western kind, and I just got sent a message the other day, Western kind used on somebody's channel that never would have used it. You know, the people that today are saying things like Western kind and Westman, that's dumb. In another year, they'll be using them. And it's because of the work of these champions, brilliant, industrious men and women of the West. Tell you, this outreach team, they got IQ scores in the stratosphere, talent like you wouldn't believe. As you just hear from these folks who participate. These are self-starters. We should have an Elon Musk roll in. If we were another group of people doing good for that group of people, the Elon Musks in that community would show up. And almost $1 trillion worth of everything he has. So that these people should be able to be paid. That's the direction we're going, because they need to be, they're deserving, and they need to be able to do full-time effort, investment in reclaiming the destiny of Western kind. But until then, brother, you know, it's like you and me and all these folks. This is a labor of love. And we're going to keep doing it. There's nothing going to stop us. And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to recognize everybody who financially gifted over the course of this show today, because we do have a few to take a look at, Mr. George, before we get out of here. Do you have any thoughts as I refresh some screens?
Well, I don't have anything mind-blowing or original to say right now. Just enjoying as we've been saying all night, talking to people from various parts of our tenure here and what's gone on with these shows, and always taken aback when we do these multi-guest shows about just the good energy, the community, the initiatives that so many people, I keep saying this, the initiatives that people are starting on their own. It never ceases to amaze me.
It really is. It's really inspiring. We end up inspired. Like you've said this a few times. You said it this show too, I think. We inspire each other to do more, to try. Yeah, you did say this, to try harder in the field that we've set forth in. And it really does. And it's that uplifting, sort of wind beneath your wings cliche that can keep you going, even if you're, Errific said it right, throttling up, throttling down, depending on where you're at, what you have to do, as long as you stick with it. But it's that kind of thing that enables us to, move mountains, as opposed to doom documenting, for example, doom dissecting, and then doom digesting all of that. And you just end up feeling like you were just in this swamp. There's no way to get this fetid odor off of you, and it's the end of the world. You end up doing nothing. You're paralyzed, and that's exactly where the anti-whites want you to be. Paralyzed. That's as good as for them as being anti-white. We're changing that, and we're going to keep changing it with our positivity. Let's see. We have here over on Cash App, the great white student transmission has shown up.
Yes.
And he says he's a great champion, isn't he?
He's always very, very on it.
Yeah, this guy's great. $5 financial gift. Says, happy anniversary, fam. Here's to many more. and a little pumping fist emoji and a smiling face emoji. Thank you so very much. That's fantastic. I appreciate that. And that was White Student Transmission. And we're going to jump over here to Entropy. And it looks like first, I don't know who came in first. It might have been Piers Taylor, all the way over there in Australia with 10 koala dollars financially gifting. Thank you so much, brother. He says, happy anniversary to all the Westman family. Amen to that. Thank you, Piers. There he is right there. What does he say there? The No White Guild channel has had, oh, wow, that many views? Wow. I try not to look, not including DLive and the other platforms. Yeah, well, we're going to keep pushing. And looks like Roy may have identified. He asked the question, brother, is that a groundhog? Where? Has he been there the entire show? I just saw him. I don't know what you're talking about.
After what Carlisle told us.
Yeah, I mean, she was talking about the mafia, the groundhog mafia up there from Don Puxatani. I'm in full allegiance to Don Puxatani. I would never refer to him as Phil. And I'm never going to get into meteorology either. Get your raucous emojis out, folks, for Dude Bro Moment, who has absolutely rocked the white positive sphere from the moment he came in. A $100 financial gift.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so very much, Dude Bro Moment. And he writes here, happy 4-year anniversary. I can't comment in the chat tonight, but I can stop by and show some love. Best wishes. Well, we deeply, much love back to you. We really appreciate it. And especially since we had, what was it? Was it Porridge who came in and then was talking about the amount of work, and you all were kind of touching upon that. The amount of work, Jared and I have mentioned before, a lot of people think we just sit down and turn a camera on, hit the power button on the computer, and we're like, hey, and everything just rolls. That's not how it works at all. There is many more hours behind the scenes than the length of the shows that are invested, irrespective of how we feel. We still make it happen, and we're going to keep making it happen as long as we can. And thank you so very much, Dude Bro Moment. And then we have here JK160 financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, good brother. He says 4 years is a long time, but for the amount of accomplishments, it's pretty short! Exclamation point. That's a great point. Imagine the progress we will make in the next 4 years. Jared George, what do you think about that? That's a great point.
It has been a rich time. Yeah, lots gone on.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
thank you for that.
Yeah, if we could do that, if we could do all of this in this short amount of time, building on what we have now, keeping the momentum, how far will we go in the next year, the next 2 years, the next 3, the next 4?
And it might be exponential,
Right.
It's not even reflecting. Yeah, I mean, perceptions of time is a funny thing, but when a lot's going on, that's the barometer more than just counting back on the calendar. Oh, it's been X amount of months or years.
Right.
It is true though. When I do kind of think
back to different milestones and different activities, a lot of things have gone on.
It really has.
Lots developed.
Yeah, and we have kept a true course. We haven't allowed the winds of an angry population in a white sympathetic sphere to push us one direction or another. We have stayed true to our principles. We have remained moral, and we will continue that way because this is the way that is succeeding, and this is what's true in our hearts. This is how we will recapture our destiny. We had Art Acrobats just financially gift. Thank you so much, good brother. $4.14, and he says here, for White Wellbeing. Amen to that.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. What a different world this is than some of these other spheres we have made here. And we have, I think this is finally on the financial gifts, No White Guilt Clips, another just monumental, self-starting, epic champion. producing these fantastic clips. Make everybody in a clip that he makes sounds better than they do when they originally say it. $10 financial gift. Thank you so much. He says 4 more years! Exclamation mark. Long live Tap.
4 more years. That's funny. I never even made the connection that we just completed a presidential term.
Oh, yes. We did just complete a presidential term. I didn't either. Yeah, well, 4 more years in office, Jared. We can do it. We'll keep making it happen. Well, brother.
I never wanted to be a politician.
Statesman. We're no politicians.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for making that correction. Absolutely. Statesman.
Yes, we are big difference. But, brother, what are your thoughts on the tap tonight? Any thoughts you have on the past 4 years or anticipation for shows to come? And then we'll be wrapping it up. We'll be tapping out for another glorious tap.
My apologies to anyone who's tuning in late, but I think we've already said it. It's kind of been laced in throughout the whole evening. So I feel like I'm repeating myself unless there are people in the chat who are like, no, I missed it. I want to hear about it. But yeah, just very quickly, it's, as we keep saying, a lot of self-starters, a lot of initiative. It's always a two-way street. So I had my intentions of when I started several years ago, it's doing a website, starting videos, putting myself out publicly, but just as much, it's like a sculpting process. It's made me better articulate and formulate what I can offer and how we can navigate this moment together, this time that we live in, but do it in a healthy way and be mutually inspiring, as we've been talking about all night. Have some fun along the way, because it's a marathon, not a sprint, and we still have to live our lives, keep healthy mentally, spiritually, physically. And it's just been a great blessing to do this with you and the kind of guests that we speak to, the people in the community, the chat. It's been quite an adventure, and I thank everyone involved from the bottom of my heart.
Beautifully said, brother. I feel the exact same way. I thank you. I'm so grateful for you and for the fate that has brought our paths across each other, finding you, kneeling in front of the Spirit of the West as well. As I've said of so many others now, answering the call to combat, to contend with the great evil of our age, what's destroying everything that everybody cares about. And we've had so much success. We've been able to work together fantastically. We're both folks, obviously, we're both mature enough to be able to push and pull against each other, hear each other's positions, and come to conclusions that work best for us, for you all, and service to White Wellbeing. And Jared's right when he's talking about this is an anniversary for all of us, a big synergy. It's a big birthday for all of us because of that synergy, because of that community that we built of doers. I mean, you could take an audience 5 million times the size, and if they're just observers, then nothing's happening. We are a community of doers, and some of those folks I thank everybody over the past 4 years who've been commenting in the live chats, commenting on the threads, sharing the URL, sharing the links, sharing the clips from these shows, helping to bring people in to the fun and to the health that we engender in our community. And also, I want to thank everybody who has financially gifted as well, and because it is the fuel, it is the lubricant, it is what makes the motor run in a world where money has defeated religion. I also want to thank, before I have a question for Mr. George, and we get to perhaps the very end here, I want to thank all of our troll slayers over the past 4 years. Not going to be able to name them all, but tonight I think
yes,
Nate Errific and Brant and ForNull and Roy. Do we have anybody else? Any other troll slayers?
I think you hit it. Yeah, Nate, ForNull, Roy, who are also all on the show as well.
Yeah. Magnificent champions. And do we have Elaine Sabatino? Is she in the audience? Is she listening, or is she just cooking? Is she not? Is she cooking with no white guilt? I think Elaine, was it Elaine or was it just Horse who came up with that?
Is she supposed to call if she wanted to say a quick hello as an epilogue?
Elaine, are you cooking? Are you able to give me a phone call, and we can have you to give a quick hello and happy birthday on the 4th birthday of TAP? If not, if you're cooking, if you're in the midst of whatever it might be, then we don't want to interrupt. If you can't, certainly if you can't get to.
Yeah, we just saw that Elaine was here, as she often is.
Yeah, call real quick, Elaine.
Yeah, you can say hello.
Give me a call,
just saw
and
her
I'll
in the
put you
chat.
on speakerphone and say hello on this. We'll put a punctuation on the end of this. Another great champion in service to White Wellbeing, the great Elaine Sabatino. And a call is coming in. And let's see here.
Hi, Jason?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I went in the other room because I don't want, to hear the stream in the background. But yeah, happy anniversary, you guys.
God.
Thank you so much I'll be quick because I know you guys have had a long evening, but it's been fantastic. Thank you. And that serious journalism from Carlisle Cockatoo, we gotta go after the GQ, right? The groundhog question.
Oh my gosh.
Big one, right?
Yes.
Very, very serious journalism.
But yeah, no, it's been great. The last few days, whenever I go out, I try to approach at least one family, one person. And the other night, these skater boys were going down the sidewalk, and they drove by me and they almost ran me over. But instead of it being like scowling at them, I smiled and said, you guys don't ever let anybody tell you that you're privileged because you're a white guy, And they said, no kidding. They go, no kidding, lady. Tell us about it. And I said, you got to check out my friend Jason's website. I said, nowhiteguilt.org. And they said, we will,
Awesome.
So instead of and like homeless people, instead of looking down on our people that are hard, down on their luck, it's like, give them a card and they're just like, wow, thank you for thinking about us. You know what I mean? Finally, someone cares about white people. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And it's just fantastic, It's just how you can just spread the love instead of hate, instead of being, using the wrong approach,
Right. Right. Look at
turning
being
people off. So it's been,
being in the wrong story, using the wrong emotion, putting the wrong people in the center of our focus when it should be ourselves. And Elaine Sabatino, folks, I'm holding up this heart that she's talking about the love. This is her beautiful artwork. She is priceless.
Thank you.
It's so wonderful. Thank you so much for everything you do in service.
And speaking of the right approach, I see Nathaniel Nelson and Nate Errific and these guys in the Mark Dice threads and stuff. It's great in the comment section. And one of our threads completely disappeared, probably because we were being too effective. So I don't know who deleted it, but it could be the original person that did the original comment deleted it, or it could be Mark Dice, or it could be our friends at YouTube. Who knows? But the whole thread. I wonder if they noticed that. I don't know, but it was, it was interesting because when it's effective, of course, and you're not saying things that are, derogatory towards other groups of people, then it's actually more effective. And then they're like, oh no, we can't have this. White well-being, right?
Right. That is splendid. Well, God bless you. Thank you for everything you do in service to white well-being. Thank you so much for calling in to our 4th birthday party here on TAP.
Yeah, thanks for having me. You guys, happy anniversary, and thank you, Jared, too, and for having me. And I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Thank you so much, Elaine. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thanks. Have a good night, fam. Bye-bye.
Right. Bye-bye. Good catch there, Mr. George. Yes. The great Elaine Sabatino coming in here. Epilogue on a wonderful TAP, 4th birthday. They just get better and better. Anything else anything about or to Elaine that you want to mention, brother?
No, I think we've said what needed to be said. It's been a fun, appropriate way to celebrate 4 years.
It really has. Folks, we love you all. This has been a wonderful journey, and we'll continue with this without end. We'll continue to bring as long as we can, tap to you and keep this heartbeat in this community and growing bigger and stronger by the day. If we're this powerful at only 4 years old, imagine us at 24, 34. We will be unstoppable. But until then, we look forward to seeing you all again next time.
Hashtag malmattered.
That's right.